Okay. Welcome, everyone. It's wonderful to have you here. This conference would not have been possible without Vice Chancellor Stephen Tu, who commissioned the Legacies of Enslavement inquiry at the University of Cambridge in 2019, and thus began a conversation about the historical connections between Cambridge and enslavement. This was the context in which I conceived of an international conference on reparations. At the time, I was warned by a few scholars in this university not to use this word, but to use the lighter language of restorative justice or reparatory justice. There were fears that colleges would run from the research if they heard mention of the word reparation. Thus, our title alone, Envisioning Reparations, Historical and Comparative Approaches, actually represents a big change in the intellectual climate of this university. The last several days have been quite exciting, especially since the September 22 release of the University of Cambridge's Legacies of Enslavement report. Silence, a euphemistic language, did not seem to be faithful to the past, especially when this university's most prominent abolitionist, Thomas Clarkson, in one of his many letters regarding abolition, dared to propose reparations for the African slave trade and initially opposed compensation for slave owners as preposterous. The topic of historical reparations is not a foreign import, nor merely a concern of people of African descent, but has long been part of the moral and economic debates about how to address slavery and its legacies since at least the 19th century on various sides of the Atlantic. Envisioning reparations, historical and comparative approaches is also part of a wave of conferences on reparations since the social unrest during the summer after George Floyd's death, the influence of which is still very much with us. The recent announcement to commission inquiries on enslavement at the University of Edinburgh and the University of Manchester represent continuation of this wave, by which universities are deciding that they have no choice but to try and address their historical entanglements to slavery in light of the challenges that they face in the present and will continue to face in the future. Without hopefully going on for too long, I want to end by thanking all the participants who agreed to be here today, in person and virtually, and for their patience for sticking to a conference that was essentially canceled twice. We owe special thanks to Kodzo Gavua for his patience in dealing with a Schengen Brexit visa that reminds us all of the hardening of borders and the realities of having an African passport. The presence of every speaker is important for this university and for Britain, since the question of reparations cannot be an internal conversation confined to a single university space or confined to this country, but is necessarily an international dialogue. There are so many people that helped to make this happen today. My colleague, Nicolas Bell Romero, co-researcher, helped me shape the intellectual content of the program. I want to thank the advisory board on the legacies of enslavement, especially Martin Millett, the chair of the advisory group whose dedication to the conference helped make this possible. Also want to thank members of the Reparation Conference Committee. Also want to thank Michael Benner from Trinity College, and finally CRASH, and especially its conference manager, Nikki Davidowski, whose tireless work and experience as a conference organizer has been essential. She has hung in there tenaciously and stepped in during the key final weeks and days. We'd like to thank the Muller Institute of Churchill College for hosting us. I would also like to thank the entities that funded the conference, the Vice Chancellor's Office, Trinity College, and the Smuts Memorial Fund. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, all of you online. It's my real pleasure to chair and moderate the first panel, and we're going to start with a talk by Henning Roos Khan, based here at Cambridge. The panel is titled Approaches to Reparations, so we're really going to get into the heart of questions really fast. Alfonso, are you here? Okay, so we're going to start with Henning, and what I'm hoping to do is have all the speakers present, and then we're going to have a nice conversation at the end with all of them. Thank you. Welcome, Henning.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks a lot, Mesna. Thanks a lot, Sabine, for having me. So I should probably start by managing your expectations. I'm neither a legal historian nor an expert in transatlantic chattel slavery. My main area is international law, and in that particular context, the protection of intellectual property, trade, and investment. But in these areas, in the laws as they currently apply, you see countries in the global south facing many disadvantages, structural disadvantages, which often result from the application of formally neutral laws to the situation they're in. So for me, over the probably 20 or so years I've done research in that area, it became more and more apparent that many of these disadvantages are historically founded. And it's probably equally apparent to see that quite a lot of these historic foundations have links to transatlantic slavery. So that's how I'm kind of coming to this topic. And I had the opportunity and chance, together with Sabine and Michael Benner, in April to look at a particular aspect more broadly on the question of law and the role of law in the context of reparations and claims for reparations. So I'm going to pick up a particular sub-aspect of that broader topic in my presentation today. So I'm going to start with some sort of points or premises for my analysis. Then going to look at the main issue, the main legal issue I want to focus on, which is the question of intertemporality. So that is to say, do we decide, legally speaking, claims for reparations on the basis of laws governing at the time, or do we decide them on the basis of current laws and principles? So I'm going to discuss the general rule as it's presented in public international law with certain limitations to it. Then I'm going to introduce some more broader debates about law and morality, which often have been more framed in specific domestic contexts, but which probably can be useful in the questions of reparations on the international legal level. And then I'm going to suggest that another area of law, namely private international law, which deals usually not with the behavior and relations of states, but private entities when they have cross-border contacts, when they marry between jurisdictions or otherwise trade, for example, and so on. There's a sort of methodology and body of doctrine which determines the applicable law in these cases. So this is about territorially competing laws, and I want to suggest that some of that more refined doctrine can be used for the question of temporarily competing laws. So, and then I want to end with a more nuanced approach to what we otherwise have in general international law. And as the conference is about envisioning reparations, this is very much a proposal and work in progress. So I'm very much looking forward to comments. And Mesna, please keep me sort of like in terms of time. I often have the habit of not really keeping time very well. Okay, so my starting points, two things really. Number one is the essential importance from what I've been reading of transatlantic slavery for the current international economic system as we have it. Number one, for capitalism. Number two, for the Industrial Revolution. And you just see the quotes here from Karl Marx or from Aniva van Kujlu, a very good book on how the West came to rule, indicating the importance of transatlantic chattel slavery as a mechanism to eventually lead to the Industrial Revolution. Not of course the sole cause, but a key mechanism also for the advent of capitalism. So the fact that it still shapes very much current global power relations is, I think, one of the premises we have to consider when we look at the question of reparation. And the second one is the well, not only the moral and ethical wrongs done to people of African descent during the time of transatlantic slavery, but the continuous impact that has all over the world, in Africa, in the Caribbean, and elsewhere. And again, just citing here, for example, from the UN World Conference Against Racism from 2001, just naming these types of historical injustices and how they still are dominant and prevalent in especially developing countries. So these are the two premises, and I think therefore you can make a good deontological and consequential reason or case to focus on transatlantic slave trade and chattel slavery of Africans. So that is to say, the treatments of human beings as objects, which could be sold, which could be sort of taxed, which could be sort of destroyed without any rights given to them in a systemic way in order to facilitate economic gains of the slavers. That kind of system is qualitatively and quantitatively different from other forms of slavery and servitude and bonded labor, and therefore I think it forces us to think about what we can perhaps nowadays do to undo that particular harm. And then for me, the key question is what role law can play in this particular context of reparatory justice. And I don't mean this in a sort of disparaging way. I mean, reparations is in my understanding one element of that, right? And so the more specific question for me then is what legal principles and rules are appropriate to address this past harm and injustice, but also as it continues and affects our world today. Now, and then I want to focus on this particular principle of intertemporality. As I said, the question of what laws would we apply in order to judge reparations claims. And I want to start by showing you an excerpt from the commentary of the International Law Commission, which is a body which is primarily designed to develop general international law. And this is about the question of the principle of intertemporality and the basic idea that you would apply the law which was governing at the relevant time that a particular act was conducted. And here you see in that example, this is about a situation where in a commission deciding disputes with between the United States and England or the United Kingdom, an umpire had to decide about claims made by the United States against Britain for interfering with the transatlantic slave trade. And the question there was for the question of reparations paid to the slave owners for loss of property or damage to property or expropriation, whether and what was law at what particular point in time. And you see already here that that principle as it's been applied eventually led to, claims for reparations being given to the owners of slaves and the United States representing them, rather than to the extent that slavery was found to be legal at a particular point in time, and that therefore the dominant opinion apparently still seems to be that number one, legality at that point in time is determinative, and that in fact slave trade was legal in accordance with the rules, especially of the slave trading nations at a particular point in history. Now that has been contested, and there's lots of really good research. In particular, I want to point to the conference held at the University of the West Indies in May 2021, where lots of research was presented showing that it's actually not really correct to say that there was a consensus amongst the nations that transatlantic slave trade was legal at any point in time, but that's not really going to be my focus. So I'm not going to discuss the question of what actually was legal at what point in time, because it's also not something which I'm competent to discuss, but I'm just pointing to the fact that lots of people would have very good arguments to challenge the view that at any point in time, transatlantic slave trade was legal in accordance with international law. Now, what about this principle of intertemporality then? So it seems to suggest that we have to look at the law in accordance, we have to judge a particular action in accordance with the law applicable at the time when that particular act was committed. and it's not really about the effects of that act. Now, there is nevertheless an argument that if you look at transatlantic slavery as a continuing act, so not the effects, but the act actually continues. And that's a point very well made, especially when you look at subsequent racial apartheid and institutionalized racism. These acts continue until today. Then you could, of course, even under the particular principle of intertemporality, come to the conclusion that reparation claims are very much founded and can be judged in accordance with current laws, prohibitions of slavery, and so on and so forth. Nevertheless, the basic starting point in international law seems to be that you have to judge law in a situation in accordance with the law applicable at a particular time. And that also seems to apply with regard to so-called jus cogens, mandatory rules of international law, where now, for example, we would say that the prohibition of genocide, the prohibition of slavery constitute such mandatory rules which states cannot contract out of. Even for those in principle, the intertemporality rule would apply, even though there are some sort of qualifications if you look at specific rules in the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, but I'll leave that for questions. So, nevertheless, you can identify quite a few limits, doctrinal limits, to that notion of intertemporality, doctrinal and practical limits, and then I move to the sort of more moral qualifications of that concept. So the doctrinal and practical limits is that if you look at the cases decided in this area, they mainly focus on territory and acquisition of territory and what country held a particular right to territory at a particular time in history. Another limitation is to say that even though for the question of whether a particular conduct has been legal or illegal, you do apply the notion of intertemporality, i.e. looking at the law governing at that particular time of conduct, when it comes to the consequences of a breach. So what kind of reparations, what kind of compensation, satisfaction, apology, what have you, might be owed, you will apply current rules. So even the existing system seems to distinguish between legality of a particular conduct and the consequences which follow, which are being judged in accordance with current rules. And then there's recognition that you have to, at least for treaties, interpret terms in a treaty dynamically if that particular term is sufficiently abstract and has evolved. So there's example for that as well. But again, it kind of pushes the doctrinal limits of this notion of intertemporality. So overall, and this is in an article in 1980, the then vice president of the International Court of Justice says this is all sort of a balance between stability or legal certainty on the one hand and evolution, right? That seems to be where you have to locate the sort of issues and decide whether or not to follow on this strictness of intertemporality. But the perhaps more interesting limits for our purposes is that a range of scholars have suggested that this notion of intertemporality and going for the laws applicable at the time, if that was, for example, to lead to a majority opinion of saying, oh, you know, slave trading was legal at the time, so therefore, you know, there is no claim for reparations. You can't really apply that rule if there is no legitimate interest to protect. So if those acting at the time couldn't legitimately expect for their conduct to be considered legal and justified, then you shouldn't apply intertemporality. There's a so-called moral imperative for retroactive application of norms which we consider to be essential. Again, jus cogens norms in particular. And the International Court of Justice, in its opinion on the Genocide Convention, kind of goes down that particular route, even though it doesn't make it very explicit in moral terms. And this is now merging to more domestic legal arguments. In the context of the post-Second World War period in Germany, a German professor named Radbruch had developed the argument that certain Nazi laws, which later people relied upon to excuse themselves in order to not be punished for things they did during the Nazi era, those laws were, under certain circumstances, not to be considered as law at all. So they are not law if they are so manifestly unjust that we can't really consider them to be part of the legal system. So this quote is actually quite interesting one, indicating that the positive law in principle takes precedent, but if the conflict between what the positive law says and justice reaches an intolerable degree, then flawed law needs to yield to justice, then it's actually not law anymore at all. And that raises the broader question of law and morality. And there again, various domestic debates about that. There's this notion of legal positivism. Hart, an Oxford professor in the 1950s, is an essential person in that context, which says law is law regardless of morality. Hart would nevertheless sort of accept that if there is a certain degree of inequity in the application of the law, then judges and citizens must have a moral, not legal, but moral obligation to resist the applications of these laws. And then there's an American professor, Harvard professor Fuller, who counters Hart's argument and says, well, under certain circumstances, law ceases to be law if it has this sort of inherent injustice, which is so intense and extraordinary that it can't deserve the label to be law anymore. Eventually, you don't really see very many differences in the two approaches. So Radbruch and Fuller, they would probably say you're legally entitled to invalidate rules which are extremely unjust, and Hart would say you're morally entitled or perhaps even obligated to do so. Deisenhouse has written sort of a nice sort of synthesis of this. So if we then transpose all of that onto the international level, what does a morality qualification would mean for international law? We could probably say, well, we would want to have some sort of a, morality qualification in order to label something international law. However, we probably wouldn't want to have states going around individually determining what is moral and what isn't moral. I mean, already now, where we don't have such a focus on morality, unilateral determinations, what is legal and what is not legal in international law, has led to the Iraq War and other things where strong states simply do what they want. So states should not individually disapply international law on the basis of arguments of what is and what isn't moral. But once we have a collective determination from the community of states, for example, in Hughes Cogan's norms on the prohibition of slavery, then disregarding rules which are contrary to that could, of course, be a way forward. And that again brings me to an expression of that kind of principle, I think, in Article 71 on the Vienna Convention of the Law of Treaties, where treaty rules conflicting with mandatory norms of international law would probably be invalidated only from the time when that new norm emerges, but states are nevertheless under an obligation to eliminate the consequences which have resulted from relying on Hughes Cogan's breaches. So finally then, there's this body of law in private international law, which is more nuanced and has a more detailed methodology on dealing with this question of which competing set of rules to apply. And it's quite a sort of comprehensive doctrine. So I'm just going to pick out 2-3 main points because I'm conscious of time. On the one hand, the principal approach, when you determine between two competing territorial laws, which one should apply, you look for the closest connection. So you're looking at the facts, and then you're trying to determine what is a set of facts most closely connected with. And that, if you were kind of roll this over to intertemporality, you would probably say, well, it's probably most closely connected to the laws at the time. However, in that body of sort of rules on private international law, you have developed exceptions from that. And one is based on the ordre public of the country of court deciding a particular case. If that particular outcome of a decision would be manifestly unjust. So, for example, not paying reparations, despite the impact that still has on lives of people on this planet, then you could disapply a particular rule. And alternatively, you could always enforce so-called international mandatory rules which the forum or the country deciding would hold to be so important that they need to be applied in any case. And again, you have the analogy of use Kogan's here. There's a separate approach which doesn't look for the closest connection, but rather alternatively doesn't look at the facts, but looks at the rules. So in order to decide which competing set of rules you want to apply, you're looking at which set of rules has the stronger interest in being applied. So you're not looking at the facts, but at the rules. And again, use Kogan's probably in international law would allow us to make these kinds of determinations. So to conclude, I think looking at legal doctrine, you can make, even on the sort of assumption that some argue that slave trade and enslavement in form of chattel slavery was international legal at a particular point in time. And as I said, that's very much contested argument. But even if you were to buy into that, you could still, I think, make lots of arguments which suggest that reparations claims need to be looked at also in light of the current rules on questions of legality of slavery. So you would, I think, in my view, still start with the law applicable at the time, but you would want to diverge from that if, number one, the continued impact of past conduct sort of is prevalent, important. If the past conduct involves severe violations of current public policies and moral principles, and if outcomes decided on current laws are much better placed to offer justice, satisfaction, and healing. So with that, I'll leave it. Thank you so much, and sorry for overrunning a little bit. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elaine. We're going to now turn to, we're going online, and Carrie, can you hear us? So Carrie Anne-Marie Banton from the University of Arkansas is our next speaker, and tech. Is she here? Is she meant to start presenting? Sorry. Yeah. Right. And Carrie, technical difficulties, everybody. Alfonso, our second speaker, is not yet here. So we thought to skip to Carrie online, but Carrie is somehow not connecting. Oh, I'm sorry. Right. Is this Let's do that. Good idea. I know, are you up for questions?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
I'm happy to take questions.
Okay. We have an audience, we have a speaker of one right now. So I thought while we're getting. Oh, wait, where is he? How are you feeling? Where's Alfonso? Okay, and while Alfonso is sort of, all right, so let's start actually with questions for Henning. Clarifying questions, challenges, critiques, praise, big ups, whatever.
As an activist organizer, we definitely have to counter the challenges. And one of the major challenges that we have to counter is that it was legal in America. You know, it was legal at the time, you know. And so I'm of the position, as you stated, there are many who said it was never legal. If you look at the work by Nora Wittman, Slavery, Reparations, Time is Now, she went over millennium of international law and concluded that this was something that were rules of criminal entities that they made amongst themselves. That this was never actually legal. But your argument is that even if we propose that it was legal, we have these challenges. So I just want to thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, is this working? People hearing me? Yeah, so I think I would absolutely agree. I don't think the arguments that it was legal at any point in time are sustainable at all. And like I said, there's excellent research. It's all online. I think in the slides of my presentation, I've linked to it. I'm happy for people to have those slides from this conference conducted at the University of the West Indies, online primarily, May 2021. A number of presentations looking at different aspects, different legal systems, judging them one by one, determining effectively that none of the forms of enslavement or bonded labor or whatever, servitude or whatever you wanted to come, would come close to the system of chattel slavery. None of them. So the fact that a few countries had decided that it was in their economic interest to pursue this doesn't mean that it's legal under international law. The arguments of this being customary are flawed in my view, but unfortunately these arguments are there, and that's why I'm sort of pushing against this idea that, oh, it was legal at the time, by saying, well, it's not necessarily even an issue of what was legal at what particular point in time, because we should, in these instances, definitely also look at what rules we currently have, because the consequences are still there. The harm continues. So why would we simply, accept such an argument? So that was my main point, really.
Yes, sorry. Hi, I just have, first of all, a clarifying question. Most of the legal challenges like you use COVID's challenges that you were referring to, the judicial opinions that would seek to challenge the basis of laws that are somehow inherently iniquitous. They seem to come out of World War II. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's correct in the sense that this is the most recent expression where we see these materials and legal opinions being still available to us. I would assume you would find them also perhaps back in history in other contexts, but because it's relatively fresh and we have access to these arguments, that's why I think they're primarily in relation to World War II. Yeah, Nuremberg, for example, the tribunal constituted in order to deal with the Nazi atrocities, basically developing the notion of individual criminal responsibility under international law is, of course, a response to the Nazi era. Absolutely, yeah.
I think I just wanted to sort of bring that out more, because while there might be other historical examples, I think that's a very interesting question. Whether prior to the outbreak of these hostilities in Europe, and in particular the Nazi death camps, and in particular the horrors of the, of the Holocaust, do we have an example of international law, and in particular international law which is constituted largely by Europeans? Are they concerned with this, and do they find these moral imperatives compelling prior to, the horrors in Europe itself? And I just think that's a question, like, maybe doesn't have a good answer, but it's a question that we need to remind ourselves of, that only at that point in time does it really get codified.
Yeah, so I think, law well, both on the domestic and on the international level, is usually a response to, what humans experience, right, in their relations to another, or to nature, what have you. So in that sense, it's perhaps not surprising to find these arguments, particularly after a period of immense immorality. You might, I'm not a legal historian, so I think it's a good question to look at whether maybe at other times and during sort of significant changes in history, whether that has a similar reflection in the law. But also, of course, international law, as we know it, only really develops from sort of early modernity. So often 1648 Peace Treaty of Westphalia, Europeans kind of arranging themselves in terms of what religion they're allowed to have, is seen as a birth of international law. But of course, all of that is very Eurocentric, right? Surely, in other parts of the world, the Islamic world, China and elsewhere, international law and rules between states would have played a role, but one would have to access these materials to answer your particular question.
I just wanted to ask, I thought, two questions really. The first, the comparison of what the Nazis did to the slavery. I think there's a bit, it's quite difficult to use that term, because at the time the Nazis did commit those atrocities, it was every other country in the world perhaps would have thought that was an atrocity. Whereas when the slavery was happening, it was happening all across the world. There were West African leaders selling their own people and slaving. So it was much, I think there's a huge difference actually between the two. And it's quite difficult to use that as an example for the slave for the transatlantic slavery. But the other thing I wanted to ask was, equally speaking, who would be asking for reparations and who would be paying out, and what was the parties here? Because of course there would be entities in the West, there would be entities in West Africa, there would be, there are political sides and good sides in both cases. So how exactly would reparations work?
Okay, let me take the first one first, and the second one is a broader question, which I haven't really tried to cover here, but I'm happy to say a little bit. But I'm sure others might be able to comment more on that. So I don't think I tried to sort of compare the immorality or harm afflicted by the Nazi regime directly with the transatlantic slave trade. Surely you can't really make these direct comparisons, even though I would say, if you look at how the Japanese and the Italians and others behaved during Second World War, or in the time prior to Second World War, not these people per se, but their leaders, and what their state apparatuses and dictatorships did to minorities. I don't think that the Nazi regime, clearly it was the worst, and it was certainly, sort of in terms of its inhumanity and mechanizing and automation of killing of people, and well, genocide, in fact, term was coined in response to what the Nazis did, in fact, right? Trying to eliminate a particular group of people or several of them. Now, so that can't directly be compared, I would agree, but I think we currently, I think, have if we just use, without sort of imposing my own moral judgments on anything here, if we just use as what is the consensus amongst states as what is a prohibition which countries have to adhere to, use Kogan's, right? Then prohibition of genocide, prohibition of slavery are amongst the most clear-cut and straightforward prohibitions.
It's not at that time, I guess, is what I mean, if you contextualize it. Yes, of course, at the time of the Second World War, for instance, slavery being going on in many countries that would be seen as wrong at that time. But if we talk back to 100 years earlier, or 100 years earlier, it would be very different, is what I mean. So it's difficult, you have to contextualize, you have to think at that time, would it be seen as wrong, legally speaking, not moralistically, of course it's
Yeah.
wrong. I mean, legally speaking, was it seen as wrong by the countries?
So I mean, on the point of whether it was seen as legally wrong or illegal, again, I can just refer to that other research. As I said, I'm not a legal historian, but I mean, the presentations I've looked at, for example, in relation to that conference, but also you mentioned the book of Nora Whitman. She's written a PhD exactly on that. There's lots of other books on well, slavery, of course, and comparing different forms of slavery. I think the transatlantic slave trade and chattelization have a different quality than any other form of bonded labor or enslavement. But that's what I've sort of, you know, as I said, I'm not a historian. So I think that also carries over in the legal analysis of these forms of bonded labor or slave trading. So in that sense, I think I would still make a distinction, whether you'd sort of overall want to too much analogize Nazi atrocities and transatlantic slave trade. I think that's not really the point. The point is that, for me, the main point why we would want to look at reparations from the perspective also of the current rules is because the impact of that transatlantic slave trade still continues to such a significant extent. And it is, or has been, such an important driver and benefit for this country, for most of other European countries. And therefore, it's, in my view, it would be immoral not to consider these impacts when judging questions of reparations. Now, who's going to pay what to whom? I don't think we can, in that sense, use the for example, doctrine of restitution, where you say, okay, let's put the person harmed into the situation which he or she would be in if the harm didn't occur. How are you going to do that? You can't do away these situations, right? So you can't, in that sense, use the current conceptions of harm, which we've developed in cases of much more immediate causality to this particular situation. That's why I think what exactly has to be given is much more a question of political agreement, but again, also of the morality of those people who have benefited. So in that sense, places like this one, the University of Cambridge, probably would want to think about what it can do to benefit those who have suffered, or the ancestors of those who have suffered.
Thank you so much, Henning. I'm sure there'll be more questions, but I wanted to move on now to Michael Banner on this note in particular. And we're switching it up a little bit. So Alfonso, you'll be speaking tomorrow. Perfect. Okay.
So I just thought I offered to Sabine to fill in because for two reasons. Because to give our visiting speaker a chance to collect himself, which I'm sure he'll do. The other reason is I was due to talk this afternoon. If anyone was due to come along and heckle me this afternoon, they're not here. So it's a win for both of us. I want to first of all pay tribute and thanks to Sabine Cadeau and Nicholas Bell Romero as, to my mind, the courageous and insightful and compellingly talented researchers who've led this project from beginning to end. I said led it, they've worked with others, but I think all of us owe a huge debt for the bravery they've shown under fire, not friendly fire, in leading this project. So that's where I want to start. I want to welcome the report, and I want to welcome the map it provides for charting the university and the colleges, all colleges, entanglement with the history of enslavement. What I want to do in this session is to reflect a little bit on the report's insistence that history matters. So from its very first sentence, and it says it lots of times, history matters. I want to reflect on why it matters to me as an ethicist. I mean, there could be lots of reasons why history matters, and I don't want to cover them all, but I want to explain to you why me, an ethicist, I'm not a historian, why I've turned in the last month or two into a part-time, and my wife would say obsessive historian, why history matters to me as an ethicist writing a book on reparations, why I've become a part-time historian over the last 6 months, trying to trace something of the breadth and depth of my colleges, Trinity College's links with slavery and its legacies. So I'm finishing a book on reparations, to be published by Oxford University Press. I hope next year, well, I've got a contract, I hope they'll publish it next year, which makes the argument that reparations are due, and my argument is that reparations are due to the West Indies from the United Kingdom, following here in the footsteps of arguments made by Hilary Beckles, Caricom and others. And I move on to make the argument, familiar from the work of Margaret Miles, that in the absence of government action, a responsibility devolves to bodies and institutions below the level of government, bodies which have themselves benefited from links with enslavement, to act ahead of state action, to act in advance of state-sponsored initiatives, to model and prefigure and possibly provoke government action. One of the institutions which is part of my life is Trinity College. The other one, by the way, is the Church of England, but let's not go there. One institution which is part of my life is Trinity College, and I wanted to characterize, as I say, something of the breadth and depth of its connections with the history of enslavement for a rather particular reason in the context of my argument. It seems to me, based on many conversations and discussions following presentations like this, where I've made the case for reparations, that a somewhat knee-jerk repudiation of the case for reparations, in Britain at least, a knee-jerk repudiation of it, depends on an ignorance of the very depth and breadth of this country's and its institutions' connections with slavery, an ignorance of that. The fact that this history, the history of slavery, has been largely unspoken in this country, has fostered in British minds, and I speak as a native speaker, if you like. I remember what it was like growing up in the late 60s, early 70s, and what we did and didn't know. I grew up, and many of us grew up, with the impression that Britain had abolished the slave trade with no accompanying recognition that what we'd abolished, we'd also practiced. And with no, so we, rather wonderfully, Britain abolished slavery, but we were never told it practiced it, and with no real sense of what that practice amounted to. So, to shift the initial common and initial resistance to the case for reparations, we are bound, amongst other things, there's a much bigger argument, but there's one thing we need to do, is to create a wider comprehension that Britain really did practice enslavement, and an understanding that this practice was not incidental to the life of this country and its institutions, but that this country and its institutions were in many cases deeply entangled with the history of enslavement. So an ethicist like me becomes an amateur historian. So what I thought I would do in drafting this book, I thought, wouldn't it be nice to put in 3 or 4 paragraphs about Trinity and slavery towards the end of the book, just to say, look, this is why I think Trinity would need to do something about it. But the fanciful notion that I could write 3 or 4 paragraphs was overwhelmed by how much there is to reckon with and just how little is currently known. College histories, as the inquiry report mentions, rather gently mentions, have largely overlooked these matters. Trinity writes about Nobel Prize winners. Strangely, we haven't written much about our slavers. So one starts with a blank piece of paper, typically. And anecdotally, it's been very interesting over the summer, when you're sitting by colleagues at lunch, as you do in a college, what are you doing over the summer? Will you tell them where you're going on holiday or what research you're doing? And I've told them I've been tracking down Trinity slavers, and whether bemused, interested or hostile, what is common is the almost absolute ignorance on the subject, absolute ignorance. I'm not going to name names, but people you would have thought would know about it, know absolutely nothing. So to get to beyond the blank piece of paper, it's natural to start, as everyone here knows, with the database of UCL's Centre for the Study of the Legacies of British Slavery. Based, as you know, as everyone here knows, I'm sure, on the Slavery Compensation Commission records. The records of that commission provide an almost complete census of slavery ownership in the British Empire in the 1830s. And I'll come back to this UCL database in a moment, but I think it's important to note at the outset that while this is a natural and obvious place to start, I think the report that Sabine and Nicholas have authored is absolutely right in saying that it's only the place to start. Any reckoning with slavery needs to move backwards and it needs to move forwards. It needs to move backwards to look at the prehistory, if you like, which goes back a long way, and it needs to move forward to focus on the post-history. So to say what those three moments are, again, the first moment, if you like, you might as well start with the records of the Slavery Commission as providing a picture of Trinity alumni, in my interest, with an obvious and direct interest in the ownership of enslaved people, purportedly enslaved people, at the moment of abolition. So that's one moment. The second moment is an attempt to capture something of the history prior to this, and something of the wider links of the college and colleges with practices of enslavement. So that means going back into the 18th century and even into the late 17th century, focusing in particular on the role which colleges played in educating West Indians, as they were called, that's to say, British citizens from the West Indies, and the role which the college played in socializing them to polite society and socializing polite society, elite society to them and to slavery. In addition, that prehistory from 1830 needs to characterize something of the material benefit the college derived from this connection, specifically from the higher fees which were paid by West Indians who typically came to the college as fellow commoners. Some of the silver in the college Trinity Vault comes directly from them, and so on. So we need to go back. The third, and I think the most difficult, as the report recognizes, is the post-history of the ideologies which had supported slavery and which did not disappear, as again, everyone in this audience knows, I'm sure, didn't disappear. These ideologies didn't disappear with abolition. As is well known, abolitionists may well have been racists. And as has been argued, abolitionism worked to strengthen and burnish colonial urges rather than to stand in their way. Another way to say this perhaps is that, contrary to what the popular history I grew up on told us, abolition was generally a compromise and not a moral or mental revolution. As regards Trinity, the most obvious and prominent link with this legacy of enslavement, this post-history of enslavement, was in the vast range of opportunities which Trinity graduates sought in colonial administration. Less obviously, the link is found in the contribution which the college made intellectually to the rise of the supposedly scientific racism and eugenics, which came to be the ruling orthodoxy of both popular and educated discourse and belief by 1900 and through to the 1930s. So, three moments of reckoning. Let me just pick up first of all the slavery records of 1835, the records that we can all access. So if you go to the, I'm amongst friends, aren't I? You won't repeat this. I'm safe, aren't I, speaking confidentially. When the inquiry was, I'm being ironic, Sabine, sorry. When the inquiry was announced, Trinity asked someone to produce a little report on Trinity and its connections with slavery forward, and a little document was produced. I added some nuances to it recently. When the report was produced, it said there were 60 people on the database connected with college. The database is very clunky. So if you search for Trinity College, Cambridge, you do indeed get 60 names, but you get a lot of false negatives. In other words, you need to search for Trinity College or even just Trinity and then delete the ones that are Trinity Hall and Trinity Oxford. When you do that, you don't get 60, you get about 105. But even that fails us. You think 105 people rather directly linked with the compensation. Even that fails us because my very initial research suggests that at least another 35 Trinity alumni on the database who are not actually connected on the database with Trinity, although they are connected, giving us a total of about 150 people on the database directly connected with slavery compensation claims. But of course, this is just the tip of an iceberg, because if there are 35 there who are Trinity alumni who aren't connected, there'll be more. And bear in mind, there'll be widows and there'll be children whose money has come from a Trinity alumni who are just lost to view in any obvious way. So there are at least 150 on the database, but there are many more. It comes as no surprise to me, and probably not to you, that Trinity had some major claimants. Those of you who know this history: Prescott, Hibbert, Blake, Iffel, huge claimants, as well as some tiny ones. These come from Trinity. It did come as something of a surprise to me in the process of researching these records to find 8 men, the earliest admitted to the college in 1756, the others admitted in the first 40 years of the 19th century, all of them as pensioners, with one exception as a fellow commoner. 8 men who are variously racialized in the records as son of a free mulatto woman, or son of a woman or man of color. Some of them are themselves claimants on the register. Benjamin James Hopkinson, for example, whose mother was a woman of color, was admitted in 1804, and later claims for some compensation for 400 enslaved people. Currently lost to sight are doubtless other such figures. They all raise the question to me, which no one has been able to answer to my satisfaction, but I hope maybe some people can answer here. The question as to what are the identities they brought to Cambridge, these men, and how they were racialized in Cambridge at the time, if at all, and how wealth, class, and race were modulated in the context of late 18th and early 19th century Cambridge. So that's one moment, the compensation records. There's a lot more to say about them, but we need to go beyond the compensation records. We need to go back behind them. It needs to be remembered that the database is focused on the compensation paid in the mid-1830s. Slavery had been going on for 175 years before that, or British connection with it for 175 years before that. And the database makes no attempt to capture that fully. What I've done is gone back in the college records and tried to track down fellow commoners and so on who came from the West Indies. They can only be tracked down with some difficulty. So I don't think my research has anywhere near got to the bottom of it, but I've located about another 200 names on top of the 155 from the database, another 200 names of people who would be what the police would call people of interest in our inquiries. Some of them very obviously, giving us something like 350, maybe 350, let's call it that for now, of whom 225 are West Indians in the 18th century sense. So about 225 people I can track down who were admitted to the college, who were West Indians in the sense of the children of West Indian, I hate the term planters. I won't tell you what word I prefer, but anyway, planters and children of merchants and so on in the West Indies whose children come to the college. So bear in mind the college, so about 225 maybe. In the whole of the 18th century, the college only admits about 2,500 people. It admits about 25 people a year. So I can find particular years where in 1 year admissions there'll be 3 or 4 West Indians, and there are many more connections across the college. So possibly 10% or even more of the college was made up of West Indians. But I think the real sense of the wealth of connections here is provided not by numbers, but by the complex interweaving of families and friendships which the records reveal. I'm going to take one example, and I started to do it so I could do it as a slide, but then you realize I failed. But let me tell you what it shows. Let me tell you what it shows. Colonel Madden, Trinity, slaver, 1776, son of a slaver. His son, who inherits from him, comes to the college, inherits the slave money. His children, 2 of them, 2 boys, come to the college. Meanwhile, Spencer, the sister of these two grandchildren, if you like, marries another Trinity man who thereby gives our thereby gives our first man two further, so these brothers, sister marries another Trinity man who gives this grandfather, great-grandfather, two Trinity grandchildren. Now, so there we get a long list. But we go back another step or recognize another connection. The man here has got a brother, This brother marries a woman called Stapleton. We come down the line a little bit from Stapleton, we get the Honourable and Reverend Jervis Stapleton, 7th Bart, slaver, inherits from a slaver, claimant on the register. He, on one side, has a grandmother who's a Byam, Trinity slaver from way back. And down at this generation, there's another one who's at the college, another Byam. That Byam is married to someone called Banks, who is a brother-in-law to another Trinity alumni, Banks, who also goes back. So at this point, I've got another piece of paper over here, just getting us back. So what I'm trying to say with this is that what I think is the really important thing, we can talk about money, we can talk about who was at the college and who wasn't. What Trinity did and what colleges did was provide huge networks of social engagement and socialization, whereby the British elite was socialized to slavers and slavers were socialized to the British elite. So that by the time we get to compensation, and there's arguments about compensation, the whole network of the British elite and social class are entangled with slavery through brothers-in-laws, sisters-in-laws, grandmothers, aunts, uncles. Tracing the names and the compensation only touches the picture. The third and final part, you'll be glad to know this is the final part of the story, is post-1835 and abolition. This is the entangled story of the rise of colonialism, in which Trinity men played a major part as colonial administrators, and the rise of the intellectual apparatus which was associated with colonialism. I'm not going to bore you with, but a quick example. If I were to take Jamaica as an example to talk about, 4 minutes, I'm coming to the end, talk about, I could do the same, what I've just done with slavers and their brothers, and I could do the same with Trinity in Jamaica. We start with, William Scarlett, Chief Justice in Jamaica at the beginning of the century, the soon-to-be governor, Constantine Phipps, Viscount Normanby, Trinity, 1814, Phipps family slavers, Thomas Knight, chairman of the Court of Sessions and judge of common pleas at about the same time, who may have known William Mayhew, domestic chaplain to the Bishop of Jamaica and then curate and rector in various parishes, who probably knew Lucas Barrett, director of the Geological Survey of Jamaica, Trinity, who may have known Henry Cullier, Charles, later 3rd Bart, who was in the customs department and so on. So again, these networks of colonial administrators, Trinity and wider Cambridge connections. As to the intellectual side of the story, Francis Galton, admitted a pension of Trinity in 1839, was the father of eugenics in the United Kingdom. And his father had also been Trinity. Happily, there is one bright spot in this story, the history of eugenics from a Trinity point of view, which is that the relatively little known figure of Lancelot Hogben, an interesting man, was a Trinity and was central to the scientific unpicking of eugenics in the later 30s. But eugenics was central to Cambridge and Cambridge science. Leonard Darwin, Charles Darwin's last surviving son, no, not a graduate, succeeded his cousin Francis Galton, Trinity, as chairman of the British Eugenics Society in 1911, the year before he received an honorary doctorate from the university, that's young Darwin, from the University of Cambridge. And this story, as the report suggests, needs to be told. I'll finish very quickly, and I should have a slide, but I don't, but you can use your imaginations. When you visit a museum, when we visit museums, we all find different objects resonant. On a visit to the, last year to the International Slavery Museum in Liverpool, the museum which spoke most forcefully to me was labelled as a lady's silver hand whip. I quote, "It was owned by a lady and would have been used to punish domestic slaves. It is made of chased silver and leather." Why was this object resonant to me? Because it speaks of the domestication of slavery and its absorption into the household. The whip is small to suit a lady's hand and to allow for its use in a confined space. And this, an object of brutal violence and punishment, is aestheticized as a luxury item with its chased silver and decoration. If it was on sale today, it would be in one of those prohibitively expensive malls in an upmarket town. The 18th century was a century in which slavery was domesticated in Britain. What started with privateers became a national institution, and the reception of slave owners and their children, often as fellow commoners in Trinity and Cambridge more widely, was the particular contribution which the university made to its domestication, socializing slaves and their children to the English elite and socializing English elites to slavery. Our responsibility, understanding the depth and breadth of this history, is to face up to it. The opportunity is to seek to repair the past. Moral repair can sound terribly fancy, but it is in fact rather everyday and commonplace. We all do it every day in minor matters. It's a matter of saying sorry and proving it in deeds. For the colleges and universities, this saying and proving needs three elements, I believe. The university and colleges must first, authoritatively building on this work, authoritatively chart their dubious entanglement with the history of slavery and colonialism. They must, in the second place, again building on the report, show contrition for this sorry history, recognizing and mourning our institution's complicity with the crime which the forcible transportation of more than 12 million people, to which are quaintly termed plantations, but which are better referred to as slave labor camps, was. And since contrition without deeds is hollow, the university and the colleges must, in the third place, find a way to make appropriate and expensive reparations. Stop now.
So Michael, if you'd like, I'm going to take questions for you first, but Henning, if you'd like to also come up, please just raise your hand. I'll call on you and I'll try to give you the microphone. Yes. Can you just speak up?
To what degree that relates to Trinity, the colleges in Cambridge specifically, or with regards to like the zeitgeist as a whole. So that is, are these questions relevant because Trinity can take action and therefore should, or is it with regards to making a comment of slavery as a whole throughout, well, from the present going backwards in time? And the reason why I ask is because it seems then that you're making a claim with regards to moral evolution that would be, for example, Christian ethics, as opposed to might makes right. And in that case, you would make this claim regardless of what kind of slavery we're discussing, or whether if it concerns the people who actually are the ancestors who can make these claims, that would be, say, African-American academics. Or if we haven't taken this conference a few decades from now, maybe we would have Uyghur academics here making these claims with regards to the Republic of China for similar enslavements currently going on. So my question is this with regards to the specific setting of Cambridge, or with regards to the slavery practice as a whole and the moral evolution related to our understanding of it?
Forgive me if I've not really understood your question. I'm writing a book on reparations. So one could write a book on reparations in general. You know, what do we think about reparations? And that could be fine. People have done that. I've chosen, because I like discussing real cases, I'm arguing, taking as a case, the particular case between Britain and the West Indies. And I argue that Britain owes reparations to the West Indies because of its history. So I'm taking a particular case, which obviously relates to some wider general arguments. In the context of that argument, I'm suggesting that institutions of civil society to which one has a connection, in my case, Trinity College and the Church of England, which I haven't talked about, one has a duty, if one making the case I'm making, to make the case to the institutions to which one belongs, that they have a responsibility ahead of the action of sovereign states to also act. I mentioned Margaret Miles' important book, I think, on moral repair, the duty of institutions of civil society to, particularly in the case of the Church of England, in my view, to model what reparations might look like. So that was my argument. I'm not sure I follow what your your question is. So I'm making a specific argument about Trinity in the context of a much wider argument, which would have wider ramifications, sure.
Yes, I got that. My question concerns for the priority to how you allocate the inquiry, so to speak. What groups are relevant for you to study, and to what degree you can then trace the current power relations between different ethnic groups or classes to make that claim in the present. Because if it's an injustice and always has been, then basically you could undertake this however you want. But I'm thinking about the current moment of what power relations enables this kind of inquiry as opposed to other inquiries. I don't think it's a counterfactual, but I just wish to clarify this question.
I mean, I think I'm following your point. I mean, I think I can only say that moralists are typically arbitrary. We respond to cases that we find pressing and urgent in a moment. I think as a British, it might be something to do with my generation as a person who grew up in the racist 60s, in Britain in the racist 60s, and beyond. I'm not suggesting racism stopped in the 60s, but racism was particularly blatant and virulent in Britain in the 60s, and I grew up with it, I have felt compelled to pick up this question and deal with this question. But I make no judgment about its priority in relation to other questions. I just think it's a pressing question. It's a pressing question. I love indefinite articles.
Yes.
There was quite a lot I'd like to ask on, but just for the sake of brevity, there was one specific premise I wanted to disagree with, which is that you say that slavery and Britain's role in it is not spoken about, it's not taught, which I law at the university, perhaps it was not talked about, but certainly nowadays it's very much taught in schools, and I think there's this premise which lots of academics talk about, which is that it's, sorry? Well, it's taught and it's in books, and it's been in books for a long time, but to say that we're only taught about Britain's role in abolishing slavery when actually it's in every encyclopedia that you could pick up.
I was speaking about my upbringing. I think things are better now, but all I can say is I grew up on I'm talking of my age. I grew up in what the history, ladybird history of Britain. The ladybird history of Britain involves what's your man Cook? What's his name? Captain Cook. Discovering Australia, right? Because there was no one there, obviously. And in that school of history, we weren't taught. But interestingly, I've gone to the the most current version of those ladybird histories, which are available in schools. And it mentions Wilberforce and the abolition, and it says nothing about the previous history. So look, of course, there's more known now. It's not an important premise of my argument that it's not taught. It's not an important premise of my argument at all. I use it simply to explain why stupid responses to reparations, very many stupid knee-jerk responses to reparations, that there's no case for them, involve, in my view, and I find my colleagues in Trinity know nothing of the college's connections with slavery. Even historians of the 19th and 18th century know nothing about it. So we can fall out about it if you like, but there is widespread ignorance. When I told my colleagues that there were 60 people on the database, allegedly, they thought, really? When I told them there were not 60, there was 150, and when beyond that, they said, really? Surely? Okay, so you think people know. I think you're wrong.
Yes, please.
Thank you for these really interesting offers to the space. My question is also for Michael. Oh, sorry, hello. Also, I disagree with the previous comment. I'm not sure what schools are teaching slavery and reparations in a coherent or honest way. I definitely didn't go to one, and most of the people that I know didn't either. So in terms of that, I definitely agree with your argument. My question though was, what are your reflections on Trinity's role today? And so we speak about reparations from the past, but then thinking about how Black students, Black people are treated within Trinity College's space today is something that I think is often missed. And interestingly, so I often speak around like the country and around the world on different issues relating to Blackness. And I actually received an invitation from students at Trinity College to come and do an unpaid talk over the past couple of weeks. And it's honestly been about 5 years since I received such a request. And so this kind of reflection of unpaid labor towards Black people and Black bodies being replicated in today's society, and how, like, what is your response to that?
You know, I'm not, I think you're guessing I'm not an apologist for Trinity College. I'm not going to say things are better. I mean, I think reparations touch on what we do about the past. And I think there are specific ways in which colleges and the university might make appropriate reparations. But I absolutely agree with you. The whole point about, one of the whole points about having the discussion, well, not the whole point, one of the reasons for having an intelligent and informed discussion about reparations is to begin to address the continuing racism which afflicts lives and is a form of violence against lives in Britain today. So I think one of the reasons why Britons have thought badly about Windrush and all that is that we just don't, British people of a certain age just do not know what this is all about. I mean, you know, there's people talk about Windrush people coming here, right? This shows a basic ignorance of British history. So look, I'm absolutely with you. Reparations are not one thing. We need to look at racism and its continuing legacy and forms and the assumptions that are expressed in behaviors of the kind you mentioned.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? How would your argument perhaps change if they do know? Right, there's something about your argument that hinges on they don't know, we need to tell them. What happens when they do know?
Sabine knows this. You know, when Sabine heard me give a paper around this, and often what happens is I get the same when I'm talking. I've only been talking about this for about a year now, but you get the same, absolutely the same set of objections every time. You know, slavery was legal then, we abolished slavery, why don't we celebrate slavery, blah, blah. So I just find that generally there is ignorance, and a lot of it is about putting that ignorance, is correcting that. If someone says, we practiced slavery, we did this, we benefited from it, all well and good. I think there is a
or they'll say it's in the past.
Yeah. Okay, right? So let's take Drax. Drax, Tory member for Dorset, who's one of whose estates he still owns in, is it Barbados or is it Barbados? Still owns. It's got the name Drax on it. Comes from his slave forebear. His answer is, this was very unpleasant, but it was a long time ago. Right. Well, I can't. I mean, you know, there is moral insensitivity of a gross kind found. You know, in many people, we've probably got labels for people who have no moral sympathies, but I'm not sure I can solve that problem. I think that if the history was understood and the indebtedness of this country, financially and otherwise, to the slave labor, then I think the case would commend itself to reasonable people. I can't help for people with no moral sensibility.
Can I quickly just add something? So I'm a PhD researcher here, and one of the things that the mechanisms, I guess, that I use is speculative methods. And so you started your presentation with mentioning that you've become really engrossed in history at the moment. And I think we speak about history a lot, but we don't kind of consider what happens when we speculate about the future. And so we can look back into the past now and consider that slavery was abhorrent, of course, and that reparations are due. But if we use speculative methods and consider what may happen in the future, it gives us a space to consider what's abhorrent today, things that we as a collective take as normal. And so in terms of Black people still being invited to Trinity College to do unpaid labor, to those students, to the staff, it may not have been something that was considered as wrong, but through a speculative lens, we place ourselves in the future and may look back on those kind of things as abhorrent as we do as the past. So yeah, I just wanted to include that as an offering.
I think that's great. My question is kind of similar actually, but first I just wanted to thank you for bringing up Cambridge's involvement in eugenics, which is not insignificant, but which is very often, well, always, apart from now, overlooked. And I've been here for 6 years. I've never ever heard anybody talk about Cambridge's involvement with eugenics. And I think that's really important given how Darwin is posted all over the shop as some kind of Cambridge symbol. And I just wanted to say that in terms of your reflections on ignorance, I think you might find the work of Charles Mills particularly useful on ignorance as something that is systemic and that is created, if you will. He was a philosopher. But my question is related to Mels's question in terms of Trinity College now. And my question is a question to you as an educator, because I presume you also teach in the university. If you don't, sorry. But given that you reflected on the amount of power Trinity students and alumni held in the world past, how can Trinity reimagine itself as an educational institution to make sure that the same kind of atrocities or similar injustices are not perpetuated by Trinity students in the present and the future? Because Trinity alumni and students are ongoingly holding a lot of power, both in Britain and the world. And I think it's great that if you and others at Trinity start reckoning with the past, but I think something needs to be done about the stronghold of power that Trinity College has in this country in the present and in the future as well, through its alumni, its assets, and its current students.
I mean, they're good questions. I don't speak for the college. I don't have the answer. I think that this report, insofar as it provokes a fuller report on Trinity and the legacies of enslavement, including eugenics, then it focuses and poses the question in the present strongly. But I don't have the answer, but I agree with you. It's a good question. I will just say, I do think the eugenics thing is hugely important in the context of Cambridge, because my scientist colleagues, will tell me a lovely story about how science, stemming from Isaac Newton, of course, who was invested in South Sea annuities himself, and therefore connected with the slave trade. Science is a rational endeavor, blah, 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 blah. I mean, they actually just need to be told. Cambridge scientists typically need to be told about eugenics and the history of eugenics and the history of sponsorship of eugenics through to the 1930s. And so I do think that this inquiry is important for unsettling some convictions about the institutions and their contribution to knowledge and good in a way which poses questions for the future.
And I think actually that's going to be the topic of a panel on the last day. So stay tuned.
Just following up on that very quick before I keep running around with the mic. What is our role and your role for that matter, like in terms of positionality? What is our positionality? Like, does that play a part here? And what is our role as fellows as well? Because at least like following up on the eugenics comment, Charles Davenport actually used Jamaica as an example to argue why miscegenation was bad in the United States of America. So like there is different transnational connections of eugenics that are very, very important, especially for like thinking. And I think that's one of the biggest problems like in colleges at the University of Cambridge, that they don't go beyond an intellectual development. They don't go beyond, this is just a debate, why are you getting so upset about it? And in reality, like, there are still legacies of eugenics that we are still living today. And even here in the University of Cambridge, like we can mention like R.A. Fisher, as well as Darwin and Francis Galton. So like, what is the role of our positionality here? And I think we need to like question that as well. So I'm gonna keep moving the mic around.
I think building on the last three questions, one thing that I would ask is, how do you think that the nature of reparations ought to be determined? Because the collegiate university in general and Trinity College in particular often frame as reparations bursaries or scholarships for postgraduate students, which, while helpful for those students, are still imposing upon whoever is receiving that form of reparations a certain view of the world and how they ought to engage with it, both intellectually and socially. So what to you would look like the appropriate process for determining just reparations?
I really haven't thought about that important question very much. What I will say about reparations in general, and I think it applies here, I absolutely agree with the CARICOM Commission approach, which is the proposals for reparations need to come from those to whom reparations are due, and it behoves those from whom reparations are due to listen to those proposals and engage with them. In other words, it's not to repeat the colonial moment and tell those to whom reparations are due what we would give. There needs to be a conversation. And I'm hopeful there can and should be a conversation. Hilary Beckles is speaking later. I mean, Hilary Beckles has got some great ideas for what Cambridge could do. I've heard some of them. They're great ideas. We should respond to them graciously, in my view.
Hello, I'm coming from the United States, so I have a different set of questions. And we found, you've probably heard of critical race theory, and that's has formed a basis of some controversy in teaching in the United States. And while I agree with your assessment that people of goodwill would face up to being educated about racism, I think we have found in the United States that there's huge, incredible pushback against this type of education. And because I agree with your view that we should act on things, I was wondering whether, or act on what we know, I was wondering whether you have any suggestions for Americans in the United States in terms of dealing with the incredible pushback that we get from the elementary school level through secondary school to education about race.
I mean, I'm struggling here. You want me to widen the conversation to America? I mean, I get enough flack in Britain without getting it from America too. I mean, what I do think is, I taught a university class last year where we had to talk about race. These students, I mean, again, we've got this idea that students know everything, they know a lot, they know everything. You cannot deconstruct racism, in my view. You can't deconstruct it comprehensively if the students you're talking to do not have 101 genetics. They do not have 101 genetics. I was teaching a university class, only a small class, only 10 people in it. I had to start with 101 genetics, explain phenotype, genotype. I had to explain to them why racism was, I was going to use a rude English word, but I'm going to say is less than sound, right? Why it's rubbish, why racism is scientifically rubbish. So I think education in this country is woefully inadequate on this subject. People can get to be doing degree subjects where the question of race must come up. If there's a degree course in theology and religious studies where I teach, which doesn't address race, it is a woeful abdication of intellectual responsibilities. It has to address race, and the students cannot think about race intelligently unless they've got 101 biology and genetics. So we have to connect these things up. I mean, racism and eugenics was rubbish. I mean, the guy mentioned Hogben, the Trinity guy in the 30s, begins to take eugenics to bits as really stupid science. So forget it's moral, just bad science. The Eugenics Society, interestingly, scientists very keen on free discussion, try and get his papers unpublished. I mean, try and stop him getting his papers published, which is how we contribute to free discussion in this country. So I think what you're raising is a very joined up question about education in history, in science, in basic biology. If the civic conversation about reparations, for example, and other questions about the legacies and continuing blight of racism, if those questions are to be sensibly addressed. I think we're a long way, I can't speak for the US, we're a long way from having that education system in this country. If allegedly elite students in Cambridge at 21 in their third year don't have the intellectual apparatus to see through racism.
So we have time for one more question. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, sorry. Was there someone before that?
So there's a couple of questions here.
Okay, I promise there will be more time for Q&A. But I'm just going to take one more. You can please go ahead.
Just had a very brief comment for similar situations that I have with the study in Spanish case. I think there is a risk when we present how money that comes from the slave trade permeates different groups within society, in case the British society, but in case the Spanish society. And we tend to, because I think it's important, we say that, you know, that money travels far and travels very fast across different groups. But I think it's important that we also emphasize that there are specific pockets in that society that benefit enormously compared to others. And I think that when we build those family trees, we tend to kind of like show the extension of the permeability, but we also need to be very conscious of emphasizing that the slave trade benefited elite groups substantially more than working class communities and so forth. Because I think there is an argument to be won there politically and in terms of the civic society, that the slave trade benefited fundamentally elite groups within those societies.
I mean, like the headline for this, for me, is wealth is sticky. And I can trace Trinity lines down, I can trace them back through down to 1920, 1930, where the great-great-grandchildren of the slave money, and you see the next generation, they're still living in the mansion house somewhere or other, the Grange here, the manor houses, and every generation down, the wealth is sticky, it sticks through generations. You can find it very clearly in that way. So I absolutely agree with you. What's interesting is that the 8 people who would have been were racialized then as of color or children of minorities, not one of them founds a Trinity dynasty, not one of them. I don't think any of, I think one of them has a subsequent generation, maybe one of them has a child at Trinity, but of the 8, I think maybe only one, if one. But all, you know, everywhere else they come down the line. The family owns Trinity, you know, is at Trinity. Trinity is our college, we come to the college. I mean, you know, in 2 generations back, the guy's a privateer, you know, capturing, you know, as a pirate in the West Indies, right? 3 generations down the line, he's to say someone Bart, and his children are all at the college, you know, fellow commoners or even noblemen. It's wonderful what money does, but it's sticky.
Now, on that note,
clean up a lot, it cleans up a lot of crime.
And on that note, we're going to close this panel. Thank you so much, Michael and Henning, for your presentation, for getting us off to a good start. We'll reconvene after lunch at 1 o'clock for a conversation that will go even deeper on this question of universities and slavery. So come back.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I can see some people finding their seats. Welcome back. Welcome back. My name is Nick Geyer. I teach North American history, mostly in the 18th and 19th century here at the University of Cambridge. It's an absolute pleasure to see you all. I must confess something to you, which is that we have what I believe people involved in logistics would describe as a hard stop on this session. And that hard stop is at 2:40 p.m. And the reason we have to finish at 2:40, everyone, is that those of you who told Nikki that you were going to go off and do the tour of Kings, I think there are cabs outside for you. Honor system here, if you did not tell Nikki you were going on a tour of Kings, please don't become a Johnny-come-lately. Just enjoy 2 hours of downtime before the keynote back here at 4:30 p.m. But we'll be finishing at 2:40 p.m. in this session on the dot, maybe even a minute or 2 before, just to give people an opportunity to get to those cabs and go to Kings. And again, if you're not in that group, then plenty of fun places to chill here, and 4:30 again for the keynote. Before we get going in earnest with the session, I just want to say for me personally, what an absolute thrill and honor it is to be here. Sabine mentioned this conference basically got cancelled twice, or nearly cancelled twice. The fact that it's happening at all owes an enormous amount to Sabine herself. I don't want to single her out solely, given there are other people who've been very involved, but she really is the soul and the driving force behind this conference. It wouldn't look anything like the way it does were it not for her. And I think you could make the case that that's also true for her and her partner in crime, Nico Bell Romero, who I'm delighted to say is also speaking in this session. when it comes to the broader university legacies of enslavement inquiry. I joined that team pretty late, just last winter, and saw the final straight, I guess, of this dash. And one thing that really came across to me is just how much drive, how much courage, how much imagination came from our two principal researchers. So it's fantastic that we have the opportunity to do this conference today. And I'm so grateful that everyone has come, and especially people who've come from far afield. I just hope that if you have come from outside the UK, you enjoy buying everything very, very cheaply. Just a couple of kind of points of order, and maybe to remind people, this is a public conference. Everyone is welcome to attend. People have been registering, so there'll be people online right now, also people here in the room. All views are welcome. And I just want to sort of add to that. What that might mean is that there might be people here who potentially might go off and write in a newspaper something that they heard here. And that's totally fine. This is a free society. We all believe in free speech, you know that. But I do want everybody in the audience also to be aware of the fact that this is a public conference. We don't have the sort of Chatham House rules here, that what's said here, as it were, remains within the room. There has been a little bit of media interest in the conference, and my view about that generally is great. Fantastic. Let's have as many people coming along and learning from our speakers as possible. One last point of order about the way we're going to do the session and the Q&A. My plan will be quickly to tell you something about our four fantastic speakers, and then have them come up one by one and speak for, I hope, no more than 20 minutes. With a bit of luck, that should still give us about 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes for Q&A. When we do the Q&A, the reason we're sending around the microphones is that those folks on Zoom just can't hear you unless you're speaking into a microphone. So I'll do my best to be like a kind of Jeremy Kyle, trying to think about the American equivalent, like daytime TV person running around with a microphone. But do please make sure you get a microphone and speak into it, or the folks on Zoom won't be able to hear you. I just also want to say one last thing about the kinds of questions you might ask. I think that all of us, for every session, will have questions that are practical, questions which are political, questions which are philosophical and theoretical. It's also the case, I think there's quite a lot of empirical material in what our four speakers will share with us today. So I just want to say, this is also a safe space for empirical questions. So if you want to ask something about what the culture of the University of Chicago in like the mid 20th century looks like when it comes to these questions, then feel free to ask that kind of question too. And since time is fairly limited, I might say that it would be good for those folks who've already had the chance to speak this morning from the floor, just to see whether there are people who haven't yet had the chance to speak, and as it were, give way to them first of all. But don't forget, we'll circle around all these questions again in the forthcoming sessions. Okay, so with that said, let me rattle through our four speakers. We're going to hear from Nico Romero, the two research fellows for the Legacies of Enslavement Inquiry. Nico started out with his BA at the University of Sydney. It's interesting actually that both Nico and me to the UK from the outside. I really think we benefited enormously from the fact that that happened in terms of the kinds of perspectives they could bring. Nico did his PhD here at Cambridge under the direction of my former colleague Sarah Pearsall. He has also been, which I think is super relevant, you might have questions about this, the lead researcher on the inquiry into legacies of enslavement, race and empire at Gonville and Keyes College. So for those of you from the outside who are kind of interested in the work that people have been doing here in Cambridge, there's been like college track and university track. Nico also has a lot to say about the college track. So he's going to speak to us about Sir Nathaniel Lloyd and the legacies of enslavement at Oxbridge. He's got this very nice PowerPoint, which I'm very excited about. Okay, then Sabine Cadeau will speak next, the other research fellow for the Legacies of Enslavement Inquiry. Before she came to us, she held fellowships at Yale and Rutgers. She was also a visiting professor, visiting assistant professor of Caribbean history at the University of South Florida. And she did her PhD at the University of Chicago. So there'll be some of you who know Sabine from Chicago. Very nice reunion going on. I think I'm allowed to say that Sabine is about to become assistant professor or lecturer. Which one is it? Is it lecturer in, is it diaspora history? Yeah, so lecturer in diaspora history at SOAS. And again, I can only say how incredibly happy I am for Sabine, and it's sad for us that we'll lose her to SOAS. She's going to speak about something closely related to her work for the University of Cambridge Legacies of Enslavement Inquiry, bonds and bondage, slave trade, financial instruments. Okay, a substitution. I had a long intro about Michael Banner, which I spent ages trying out on my wife. I've had to ditch it because Michael went this morning. So instead, I'm delighted briefly to introduce Alfonso Seville, who's from Princeton University. He's actually an associate research scholar in a really interesting thing called the Crossroads Project, which sits in the Center for Culture, Society, and Religion at Princeton. Alfonso got his PhD at Emory, and he's held fellowships at Georgetown, William & Mary, and other places. Okay, right, sorry, Dartmouth. We haven't talked about this, but you're writing a book about John Marin, right? I mean, fascinating, the first Black ordained minister in North America. And he's also writing a book about slavery at Georgetown University, which is what he's going to talk to us about. And finally, last but not least, we'll be hearing from Kai Parker. Kai's over here, assistant professor of African American religious history at the University of Virginia. Kai got his PhD from the University of Chicago, another veteran of that institution. And he got his first degree at Bowdoin in history and Africana studies. He's interested in the connections between messianism and apocalypticism in Black faith. And he's writing a book about how Black Protestants in Chicago grappled with the kind of Exodus narrative and its limits with regard to African American religious communities when they were facing down anti-Blackness from the First World War all the way through until the Chicago Freedom Movement of the 1960s. Although I think he might be talking to us today about something that comes a little before the First World War. And his paper will be called Scholarly Complicity, Progressive Era Intellectuals, Northern Jim Crow, and the Sedimentation of the University of Chicago's Foundation. So that's our four fantastic speakers. I'm going to ask Nico to get us started. I'm going to ask the speakers to come up one by one from then on, and you hear from me again when we get to the Q&A. So Nico, welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Nick, for such a generous introduction, and thank you as well to my partner in crime, Dr. Sabine Cadeau, for basically single-handedly driving the creation of this conference. She's been amazing, an amazing support for me through the project. And thank you all for coming from far and wide to hear us all speak about reparations. Thank you. So Sir Nathaniel Lloyd wrote the following words in his will on the 2nd of May, 1739. Blessed be thou, O God, for our founders and benefactors. They were honored in their generations and were the glory of their times. Their bodies are buried in peace and their names live forever. This may have been in part a self-referential account of his life and works. He had been the glory of his time. He was a fellow at All Souls College for more than 30 years, from 1689 to 1723, a long-serving master of Trinity Hall, Cambridge, from 1710 to 1735, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Cambridge from 1710 to 1711, and the Deputy Admiral Advocate and King's Advocate, two of the most prestigious positions in the British Empire. The latter post in particular placed him in charge of enforcing the Crown's legal authority abroad. Lloyd was correct too, that his name would live forever. As significant benefactor to at least 4 Oxbridge colleges, Cambridge University's library, St. Paul's School in London, the Doctors' Commons, and the founder of a charity near Wales, Lloyd, who was not from rich landowning stock, expected his memory to be gilded by his earned and invested wealth, much of which was bound up in 3 slave trading companies, and his legal activities, which involved imperial enterprises in West Africa and the North American and Caribbean colonies. Now, echoing the political economist Adam Smith, who described the empire in the Wealth of Nations as a burden on Britain's finances, the historian Stanley Engleman writes that estimates for 13 colonies just in the period prior to the American Revolution have suggested that for at least that part of the empire, there were no significant, if any, positives to Britain. Nathaniel Lloyd and the constituent colleges of the universities of Oxford and Cambridge, this paper argues, would have disagreed with a view that persists in the British consciousness. Examining Lloyd's career and his numerous benefactions to Oxford and Cambridge, I will use an examination of Lloyd's life to construct a cross-institutional study of the legacies of enslavement at Oxbridge, and thereby examine how wealth earned from defending, upholding, and profiting from slavery and Atlantic slave societies, even for those who did not own plantations, spread throughout British educational institutions and civic bodies, helping to ensure that Lloyd's name lived in perpetuity. Born on the 29th of November, 1669, Nathaniel followed in his father, Sir Richard's footsteps from cradle to grave. He too was educated at Oxford, Trinity College being his chosen place of study, and like Lloyd Senior, he was elected a Fellow of All Souls, graduating with a Bachelor of Civil Laws in 1691 and a Doctor of Laws in 1696. After his education, Nathaniel trod a well-worn familial path, becoming an advocate with the Doctors' Commons, a society of lawyers practicing civil law in London. With educations at public schools, ancient universities, and the Inns of Court in London, young lawyers such as Lloyd helped to define and enforce what historian Holly Brewer calls the common law of slavery, the set of precedents and rules that upheld a legal fiction whereby its African descended people were considered property. Still, Lloyd did not come from a rich landed family, an important point when we consider the nature of his finances. Although a distinguished member of Parliament for Durham City, his father was younger son and did not inherit the family seat, Aston Hall in Oswestry on the Welsh border. Nathaniel's inheritance, as stipulated in his father's will, included a dozen silver plates, the lease of his father's legal chambers, and books and funds to aid him in an aspiring legal career with the Doctors' Commons. Lloyd's involvement in the Doctors' Commons, and we can see the indenturing agreement on the left for his apartment there, connected him to Britain's slave empire. Formed in 1511, the Commons maintained close institutional ties to Trinity Hall, which earned an average yearly rent of £63 from their part ownership of its chambers, a monetary linkage to individuals who earned significant economic benefits from slavery and empire. Humphrey Henchman, the grandson of the more famous Bishop of London and Clare Fellow, had a £3,500 economic stake in the Royal African Company. Imperial companies, such as the RAC, also endeavoured to hire the Commons lawyers as counsel to manage issues of maritime law. After earning a doctorate at Trinity Hall, Sir Thomas Penfold, for example, was hired as a counsel to the Hudson's Bay Company, which operated the North American fur trade for 1 guinea. And as an advocate for the East India Company, Charles Davenant, who had a stable living as the Chancellor of Excise, earned around £1,000 a year for 3 years, and he defended the RAC's slave monopoly, which had ended in 1689 as the company came under challenge in the future from independent slave traders. Whilst at the Doctors' Commons, Lloyd ascended the legal ladder. On the 15th of November, 1701, he was appointed a Deputy Admiral Advocate, a position his father had held, replacing Dr. Henry Newton for a time as the Advocate General for all matters ecclesiastical, maritime, and foreign relating to the Crown. He earned £20 an annum for this position. 5 years after being knighted in May 1710, Lloyd also became King George I's legal advocate. As an expert on Admiralty law, many of his cases around this time involved Atlantic slavery. Lloyd dealt with a 1712 case, which we see on the right, concerning Hughes O'Kelly, whose family's plantation, had been seized by the French government. O'Kelly petitioned, writing that his late brother Cornelius O'Kelly had died in 1704 at San Domingo under the French government, leaving an estate of about 30,000 livres, which he had by deed of guilt in his lifetime settled on the petitioner, pursuant to the laws of France. O'Kelly was one of several Irish families, including the Walshes, Skerritts, Stapletons, and Rourkes, who moved to Saint-Domingue to exploit the crown jewel in France's rapidly growing slave empire. For example, John Stapleton and his wife Helen Skerritt were some of the most prominent immigrants and used their newfound wealth as plantation owners and slave merchants to purchase an estate in Nantes. That notwithstanding the petition continued, the French have possessed themselves of the said estate, and by a judgment obtained by surprise, do still detain the same. During the War of Spanish Succession between Britain, France, and the Spanish, from 1701 to 1714, the local government had confiscated the Saint-Domingue estate. Lloyd suggested that O'Kelly had a just case against the French government, and importantly, that he should receive assistance from British ministers to recover his plantation. Lloyd's jurisdiction as the Advocate General and Legal Counsel, went to other prominent issues relating to slavery. Alongside the illegal contraband trade, Lloyd adjudicated on piracy cases and had a hand in defining the laws concerning the treatment of pirates. The Treaty of Utrecht in 1713 had ended the War of Spanish Succession, but peace also put large numbers of privateers out of work. Making ends meet, these privateers trawled the Atlantic Ocean, attacking ships laden with silver, foodstuff, gold, and enslaved Africans. In January 1723, Lloyd adjudicated on a case involving a Royal African Company slave ship, the Gambia Castle, and one John Massey, who along with a group of soldiers had been sent to protect the vessel and re-garrison a company fort. With the crew mutinous from dysentery, malaria, and scurvy, they turned to piracy alongside George Lowther, who had served as first mate. At some point, Massey returned to England, but the company had other plans, arguing that he should be fairly hanged, a sentence duly carried out. That was not the end of Lloyd's dealings with West Africa, though. 2 years later, he empowered the commander of His Majesty's ship, the Kinsale, in conjunction with the principal agents belonging to the African Company at their settlements abroad, to try and execute such pirates as may happen to be taken on the coast of Africa. In his position as legal counsel, Lloyd saw his role of defeating piracy and bolstering a slave trading company as inseparable aims. Lloyd also provided legal counsel for the South Sea Company, which had been founded by the Chancellor Robert Harley in January 1711 to consolidate and reduce the cost of the national debt. Aside from slave trading, the landmark Asiento contract negotiated with Spain in 1713 had also granted one vessel of 500 tons a year of duty-free merchandise to the great trade fairs at Portobello and Veracruz. Britain, it appeared, had formed a bridgehead to the Spanish Americas. The first ship, the Royal Prince, was scheduled to leave in 1714, but only left port in 1716. In consideration, the tonnage of the next 10 ships was increased to 650 tons. In a 1722 piece of legal advice contained in the National Library of Jamaica now, the company contacted Lloyd, hoping that he could unravel the red tape, as that organization disputed the Spanish calculations of the relative tonnage of their vessels. They asked him whether the company could legally send out their annual ship this year by virtue of the aforesaid treaties, without measurement or otherwise, and thereafter sell their goods in Veracruz. Lloyd tried to ease their concerns. He mentioned that the treaties ensured the vessels could leave for the Spanish Americas, but he argued that they must stay within the policies stipulated in the treaty. As one of the most profitable of the company's operations besides its slave trading, the SSC's unprecedented right to trade manufactured goods in the Spanish Empire could not be abridged, and Lloyd's technocratic legal advice, as with the Royal African Company, was essential to its preservation. While advising the South Sea and other companies, not to mention acting as the master for Trinity Hall, Lloyd was a major investor in imperial enterprises. In 1707, Lloyd came into the possession of his parents' stock in the East India Company, amounting to £230, which they appear to have held since at least 1684. But Lloyd had other plans to grow his personal wealth. In 1720, he appears twice on a list of South Sea stockholders, which you can see on the right, with his name fully identified, with his personal stock holdings amounting to around £4,000 in two different accounts, one owned with Jacob Sawbridge, a London banker and a director of the South Sea Company. Having held £4,000 in 1720, Lloyd increased his share to £6,000 during the whirlwind of speculation throughout the South Sea bubble, indicating that he was one individual, along with George I, who had bought into the bull market. In 1723, the company's assets were divided along equal lines into stocks and annuities to stabilize the firm, and Lloyd showed few signs of investment blues following the bubble. He further increased his stake in the firm, owning £12,000 in annuities, and thereby earning a yearly 5% interest payment of around £604. His South Sea holdings were consolidated over time, being reduced to £9,000 in annuities by 1733, But Lloyd continued to earn at least £366 each year, and he maintained an active interest in the company's stock, with £1,000 held on his death. Alongside his South Sea holdings, Lloyd, like his father, also owned stock in the Royal African Company, the largest single slave trading company from Africa to the Americas. In 1720, he appears on a list of names of the adventurers in the Royal African Company with £3,000 stock, a substantial sum that qualified him to be chosen sub-governor, governor, or deputy governor. James Bridges, the Duke of Chandos, had spearheaded a new infusion of capital at the time of Lloyd's investment to remove the company's debt burden and reinvigorate and refinance, in one historian's words, its slave trading activities. The RAC's quadrupling of the number of shares issued and outstanding propelled the company into a relatively successful era. A new fort was constructed in Angola and others were repaired, ships were outfitted, and money and goods flowed into its depleted warehouses. Yet with the company perhaps not matching the return on investment, Lloyd began to get rid of his stock, with the final £2,000 being sold in 1722. Whilst Lloyd expanded his legal clients and his investment account, he had a hand in one of Oxbridge's most significant benefactions. Enter Christopher Codrington, the governor of the Leeward Islands, a lord of the manor in Doddington, England, and a plantation owner in Barbados, St. Christopher's, and Antigua. Close friends since their early days at All Souls, Lloyd was awarded 100 guineas in Codrington's will after the colonial administrator died on the 7th of April, 1710. His health damaged after a failed invasion of Guadeloupe. Lloyd mourned his friend, who had provided £10,000 along with his books for a new college library. He begged the college warden for the, quote, acceptance of Mr. Codrington's picture for your hall, the image of one dead to live again among my surviving friends. Nevertheless, with Codrington's chief beneficiary, his cousin, refusing to pay out the legacies to All Souls, Lloyd's first act on Codrington's behalf was to provide the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts with Codrington's will, which bequeathed some of his Barbadian plantations to them. Founded in 1701 by the Reverend Thomas Bray, the SPG, and later the Society for the Promotion of Christian Knowledge, were missionary Anglican organizations intended in part to spread God's word to the colonies and plantations, an interest which Codrington also held, hence his donation. Lloyd was retained as legal counsel by the Barbados Committee, which, headed by Thomas Tennyson, the Archbishop of Canterbury, managed the plantations, approved expenditures, and traded enslaved people who were branded with the word society. Lloyd, for his part, was a subscriber to both the SPG and SPCK throughout his life. Once Codrington's cousin, Lieutenant Colonel William Codrington, started paying out the legacies 3 years after the benefactor's death, Lloyd was one of the overseers of the planned Codrington Library's construction and managed the main benefaction fund on behalf of the college. As the money started trickling in 1713, Lloyd facilitated the transfer of funds to the college and signed off on the accounts. One of those accounts, on the 2nd of June, 1714, which you see on the left, mentions the college's purchase of £2,300 of South Sea stock by Dr. Pierce Dodd. Dodd was an interesting figure in his own right. A later investor in the Royal African Company, Dodd had a controversial medical career, writing pamphlets dismissing the science of smallpox inoculation. For All Souls, however, Dodd did an exceptional job. And although Dr. Edward Kynaston, another fellow, travelled by coach to South Sea House, the college ordered the stock to continue in Dr. Dodd's name. Having managed to retrieve this investment before the bubble burst, Dodd continued the South Sea investing that Lloyd had helped originally to supervise. After Lloyd's term as fellow had ended, Dodd held £6,000 in South Sea securities in June 1723, which was then split into £3,000 in annuities and the same in stock. By 21st of November 1728, Dodd had managed to acquire £5,000 in annuities under the name the Warden's College of All Souls in Oxford. Dodd would assure the warden that the interest arising from the annuities is now in my hands and ready to be paid whenever I shall be drawn upon. As for Lloyd, he was quickly building up a list of job titles whilst acting for Codrington's estate. He had been elected, as mentioned earlier, as Cambridge's Vice Chancellor and the Master of Trinity Hall, but Lloyd remained committed to All Souls. He commented to the warden that he shall not be in Cambridge 8 weeks the whole year. Aside from managing Codrington's money, Lloyd mobilised his own funds to support the project. In November 1718, he wrote to the bursars to assure them that all the clear profits which shall accrue to me from my fellowship after All Souls' Day in 1718, and so for a long time, as I shall continue fellow, for the use aforesaid for the bursars yearly. Lloyd will also act as a personal lender and banker of last resort to the college. He provided 2 bonds to the college, one for £1,000, which All Souls had to pay £25 half yearly for, and another £1,200 on the same terms. Writing again to the warden in July 1729, he noted that I will act as a common creditor, lend the college £1,000 upon their common seal, payable to them, to me, to my executors or administrators. He did not want this money. He was eager to tell All Souls, taken as any benefaction by them, nor is it so intended by me. But the money that he gave through his fellowship, 2 bonds, and later bequest for £1,000 were integral to the construction of the library, hall, cloister, buttery, and quadrangle. For these efforts, he was immortalised with a bust that peers down at readers in the Codrington Library and a portrait by Thomas Gibson, which you can see on the left. Lloyd followed his friend Christopher Codrington to the grave on the 30th of March 1745, leaving generous bequests to multiple institutions of learning. These included St Paul's School, who received 50 guineas for their library, Lincoln College, Oxford, who he gave £500 in 1737 and was memorialised in the Oxford Almanac, which you can see here, and in a replica of the Gibson portrait that hangs in the college's dining hall. He also gave to Trinity College, Oxford. He also gave to Cambridge University £500 to the library and another £500 to a university development. And he also gave to Trinity Hall, whose Society of Benefactors is named in his honour. Lloyd provided an initial £1,000 to Trinity in return for an annuity of £50 to redevelop the front court. He also donated £3,000 to remodel the hall and extend its grounds to the Cam, and help with extensive repairs to the chapel, so as to be almost rebuilt, as one chronicler says. The building records of the college show that the chapel work, for instance, was extensive. The college paid for, among other things, marble flooring, wainscoting, ironwork, glass for the windows, lead piping, a new communion table, and doors and dressings. Trinity Hall, though, was unlucky not to receive Lloyd's South Sea securities. These went to establish a charity fund for the poor of Oswestry and Whittington near Wales, who still have a portrait of the man seen here at the town hall. But the college purchased almost £3,000 in South Sea securities 4 years before Lloyd's death, which earned them £63 in dividends the first year. In recognition of Trinity Hall's most generous benefactor and his esteem for the college, he was buried in chapel, a memorial to a man who helped shape the hall's fabric, and to a person whose financial, intellectual, and personal connections to slavery allow us to think once more about the scale of envisioning reparations for a university sector that counts men like Lloyd as the glory of their times. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Nico. And I think you're going to see definitely overlap with me and Nico. There are some, especially with the chapel. It's actually very hard to find a chapel in the University of Cambridge that's actually not connected to South Sea, to South Sea annuities. So the growing literature on the historic ties between universities and slavery has thus far explored a range of particular and private economic links. For instance, when a university founder personally owned slaves such as James McGill of McGill University in Canada, or when they owned property tied to slavery, such as the case of Isaac Royals Holding in Antigua, going to fund Harvard Law School, or a particular slave trading venture like the Brown's family involvement in the voyage of the slave ship Sally. Or indeed, when the university itself owned and sold slaves, as was the case with Georgetown University. The University of Glasgow studied a range of private donors. Similar to Georgetown and other prominent universities in the English-speaking world, the University of Cambridge had its own ties to individuals who themselves had ties to slavery. Some of these figures merely attended Cambridge, while others managed to give considerable donations. Many prominent Cambridge alumni had significant financial entanglements with plantations, such as those in Barbados, South Carolina, Virginia, St. Croix, or Jamaica, to name just a few. For instance, prominent alumni such as Lord Pickering of Queen's College or Lord Cutts of St. Catherine, or prominent scientists such as Adam Sedgwick or Alfred Newton. All of these men and many, many more had financial entanglements with New World slavery. Beyond mere ties, however, the Cambridge Legacies Project set about highlighting a new dimension to the ever-expanding research on the ties between slavery and the university. And that new dimension is the financialized paper assets, the stocks and bonds that tied the two together. Hence my title, Bonds and Bondage. This financial history of publicly traded shares and annuities in colonial slave trade joint stock companies has been the core of my research over the past 3 years. These were, of course, multiple British colonial joint stock companies. Cambridge had significant historical links with the Virginia Company, the Providence Island Company, the Hudson's Bay Company, and others. And Cambridge institutions invested in many latter-day colonial ventures of the Victorian era into the 20th century. But my focus today will be on 3 early modern companies that traded in African slaves: the East India Company, the Royal African Company, and the South Sea Company, with my principal focus being on the latter. And a common feature, a common story that me and Nico find is that often these individuals are involved in all 3: RAC, East India Bonds, and in the South Sea Company. The East India Company did traffic enslaved people from Madagascar and Mozambique. Thus far, I have found that some Cambridge colleges held small amounts of East India Company bonds. And even recently, I continue to find more. The Royal African Company trafficked more enslaved people across the Atlantic than any other single financial entity. And many important Royal African Company figures were important Cambridge benefactors. Examples include the famous Samuel Pepys, as well as Tobias Rustad, who has been discussed quite a bit in the media. And because we're talking about the chapel, I'm just going to tell them about Matthew Wren at Pembroke. So Matthew Wren, the son, was the director of the Royal African Company, and he's also buried in the chapel. So burial is also something that we see a lot with the South Sea and Royal African Company investors. The Royal African Company, and while a great many Royal African Company investors donated to Cambridge, including Matthew Decker, who I will discuss shortly, thus far I have not yet found any Royal African Company capital directly owned by any Cambridge institutions. But the archives indicate the South Sea capital was owned by nearly every old institution across Cambridge. I have found it nearly everywhere I have looked, from roughly 1715 through 1854, when I discovered that the South Sea capital was converted by the Bank of England into other interest-paying government bonds. Indeed, this capital is still with us. It is living wealth here at Cambridge in the form of institutional financial accounts, buildings, land, museums, libraries, and professorships. The 70,000 or so enslaved laborers transported by the South Sea Company were mostly worked to death in Latin American mines, suffering some of the highest death rates and shortest lifespans in history. They ironically were the key collateral behind some of the most vulnerable and durable financial assets, some of the oldest money anywhere. This, for me, is a remarkable vantage point for using financial history to again address Eric Williams' discussion of capitalism and slavery. Can this even be called primitive accumulation if the financial arrangements involved were especially sophisticated, abstract, complex, and indeed effective for those as Cambridge colleges that held on to the annuities, reaped great profits, and preserved their capital for centuries? As I emphasized below, the South Sea Company carried on as a financial concern for over a century after 1740, when it stopped slave trading due to war, and in this sense may be called the first zombie company in the most commonly used sense of the term. But indeed, I consider it the ultimate zombie company in my own Haitian sense of the term, as the zombie is a Central African term adapted by the victims of the Atlantic slave trade to exemplify the condition of slavery as a stark and desperate denial of humanity, a horrific living death. The slaves of Saint-Domingue or modern day Haiti, the victims of the most profitable slave plantations of the 18th century, preserved the concept of the zombie. I take this term seriously in relation to capitalism and the South Sea Company. To consider the plight of the living dead, to see and think historically across time, is also to see the dead living in the form of durable capital. Founded in 1711, the South Sea Company was a competitor of the Bank of England, and that its founders briefly managed to use the company to consolidate and service the entirety of England's public debt. This fact to me confirms the core importance of slavery and colonialism in Britain's fiscal military state and to its rise to maritime preeminence in the 18th century. That the South Sea Company directors managed to swap the many complex forms of outstanding government debts for South Sea Company capital stock reflected the fact that the company attracted investors on the basis of the most profitable possible business that anyone could imagine at the time: selling enslaved Africans in Latin American colonial ports as a means of obtaining payment in the all-important silver and gold coming from the South American and Mexican mines, where these enslaved laborers were desperately in demand. The Asiento trade, which lasted from 1714 to 1739, emerged from the Treaty of Utrecht in 1714, by which Matthew Pryor of St. John's College, Cambridge, negotiated for the South Sea Company to take up the Asiento, or contract to supply slaves to Spain's American colonies. So two main questions come up in the course of this work. First, was the South Sea Company's slave trading profitable? So one of the comments that Nico and I constantly receive here in Cambridge was, doesn't matter, slave trade, South Sea Company was not important. Some scholars have completely dismissed the company as a failed, unprofitable concern that nonetheless facilitated the management of government debt and the evolution towards modern forms of government bonds. As I argue below, the Asiento trade was an important aspect of the early modern British economy and indeed geopolitical strategy. It was a key source of much needed silver, and it needed a significant amount of revenue from slave trading. The most important question that I grappled with was, to what extent did South Sea assets represent any meaningful connection to slavery after 1740, when the company was no longer able to continue its slave trading operations? Slide 5. Okay, this is the South Sea Company. That's not what I want to show, actually. But this is really what I want to show you. So the other one was just the South Sea Company sign. The South Sea Company coat of arms from the Royal Museum of Greenwich that I did get. But here, South Sea Company slave brands. Here is a slide that shows the different brands that were burned onto the skin of captives, sold in in the various Latin American ports. Some went to Veracruz, some went to Cuba, Puerto Rico, Santo Domingo, and Venezuela. But the great bulk went to Cartagena, Portobello, and Buenos Aires, where they were mainly sold to the mines that produced the main thing that the British traders were after, silver and gold. The history of the South Sea Company is complex, and it's often divorced from slavery. But I will lay out a few basic points. From the Peace of Utrecht in 1714, the company's capital stock rose rapidly. This fueled enthusiasm and a wider stock market mania that peaked into the notorious bubble of 1720. When the bust hit, even Isaac Newton managed to lose money in the short term. King's College, Cambridge invested in South Sea stock relatively early and wrote exuberantly about holding stock that was, quote, worth more than when purchased. And they kept writing it in every book afterwards. So investment in South Sea represented a major financial transformation in the history of Cambridge colleges. Capital gains on paper assets seem to have been a relatively new phenomenon in the early 18th century. This is Jesus College. Jesus College first invested very near the top in 1720. They were horrified by the bust, but were ultimately rewarded in their hopes for a parliamentary bailout, which would ultimately preserve the company and its strategic slave trade for another generation, help transform the company's capital through repackaging into annuities that represented an important transitional stage in the evolution of what we might call the modern government bond, and helped ultimately catalyze the rise of the Bank of England and the sole servicer of the country's public debt. And here is an iconic cartoon satire of the 1720 bust. So this is a famous image. And here I show an image of the South Sea Company coinage. Coming on the heels of the 1720 bubble and bust, I hypothesized that the minting of the country's currency with the SSC mark shown here was a kind of advertisement, a way of demonstrating that the company was a serious concern and that its assets were good money. And by the way, I do have it. So if anybody wants to see it after, you can, Nico, quick. You can pass it around, please. So, I hypothesized that the minting, and maybe Isaac Newton did the minting, so who knows, that's what I wonder. And I hypothesized that the minting of the country's currency with the SSC mark shown here was a kind of advertisement, a way of demonstrating that the company was a serious concern and that its assets were good money. The dividends paid on South Sea capital in those years were probably paid with these South Sea Company coins. By contrast with those who claim that the South Sea Company never made any money from the slave trade, I point out that in 1723, they literally made a huge proportion of the entire country's money, almost certainly using the very Spanish colonial silver that was the raison d'etre of this slave trading operation. One of the key analytical challenges with the South Sea paper is the problem of financial repackaging. The way by which officialdom decides how to reorganize and rename one category of assets into another. It happened, as I mentioned, in 1719 with the entire country's debt being repackaged as South Sea Company shares, and it happened multiple times afterward with the South Sea Company assets being repackaged first into South Sea annuities and again later into South Sea annuities, which were distinguished for a time from old South Sea annuities. That actually made research very difficult because when I did not know about new South Sea annuities, I did not know to search for it. So the key thing here is that the repackagings were government bailouts. So for example, in 1720, when the bust came, Parliament organized hearings and eventually set things right by figuring out how to make sure that dividends would still be paid semi-annually at South Sea House, pictured here. And I think the Cambridge inquiry report actually has a photo of South Sea House as well. Let's see. Slide 10, okay, let's see. Through 1739, revenue from slave trading helped pay dividends, which were managed overall by the Bank of England. All told, the South Sea Company transported 70,000 enslaved people in over 500 separate voyages and earned an estimated 3 million pounds of revenue from this trade. Through those smuggling and high overhead expenses meant that much of this revenue did not reach the company's coffers. After 1740, government excise revenue mainly paid the dividends. This has led some to argue that from that point on, or at least from 1750, when the Spanish government paid 100,000 to the company to compensate them for the cancellation of the Jacinto contract, that the South Sea annuities merely represented domestic British government bonds, and that it had all become based on domestic excise revenue rather than wealth derived from slavery. So when I try to argue that these dividends do matter, the legacies of slavery. So there were reviewers that said no, it's not slave. Those are not slave trading bonds. That's because that's British revenue. So that's why I had to think about, well, how do I convince them this is actually slave trading stock, and that South Sea stock is not the same as Bank of England, as Bank of England stock. It's a very particular kind of stock. So I point out that this domestic excise revenue included such slave-produced goods such as tobacco, sugar, chocolate, and coffee. But the other key aspect is that the chain of ownership of these valuable South Sea annuities still connected back to the slavery investors. The trading activity of the company only stopped in 1740 for political reasons, namely the outbreak of war between England and Spain. That the government needed to rescue the assets of slavery investors demonstrate the significance of this strategic trade for the British Empire and the significance of slavery and colonialism to the entire history of government bonds, stock exchanges, and financial modernity itself. So I want to pause a little bit just to say one thing. So just the idea of separating British revenue with slavery was itself a problem, because the excise revenue was actually coming from some of it was coming from slave-produced goods. That's one argument. And the other argument that I make, and maybe I need to point this out. So there's no slave trading with South Sea Company after 1740. So then the question is, well, is there a problem with receiving South Sea dividends if there's no more slave trading? And the question is, well, where was that money coming from? So if you have South Sea paper in the 1820s, at some point it came from the period in which slave trading was actually taking place. So what is that origin? I guess what is that origin of that slave? Of that paper asset. And I like Richard Drake's plantation. I'm going back to that as an example, because he inherited the plantation in 2022. He still has it, but where did it come from? What is that? What is the origin? So that's one of the ways in which I try to explain the legacies of South Sea paper and these colonial, and tracing that colonial asset as a slave trading stock. So and I'm going to show you give you a few examples. The Downing family, yes, Downing College, I love it. It's Downing Street. Some of the investors in South Sea capital, such as members of the Downing family of Downing College and Downing Street, bought South Sea paper during the era of the South Sea Company slave trade and continued to buy and sell it for many years afterward. Even though many investors purchased South Sea capital decades after the company's slave trading had ended, I asked myself, who did they buy it from? The buying and selling invariably led back to some chain of possessions that liquefied the earlier generations of slave trade investors. The story of the Fitzwilliam bequest in 1816 is particularly important in that it demonstrates the long, multi-generational, continuous legacy of tightly held South Sea paper. Decade after decade, 6 figures worth of South Sea capital threw off tremendous amounts of dividend wealth for the Fitzwilliam dynasty. By merely, this is Corpus Christi. Those of you who are not from Cambridge, there were 30 colleges, there were a lot of, yeah. So the story, by merely reinvesting the annual dividends back into South Sea annuities, the shrewd fund managers at Corpus Christi were able to turn less than 2,000 pounds of money donated by 2 bishops in the 1760s into over 8,000 pounds by 1820. In a pre-industrial era of hard currency and zero inflation, characterized by relatively few and relatively modest investment opportunities, the South Sea annuities performed very well. And those of you who like to go Mill Road, there's Mawson Road. I mean, the names of South Sea investors are in Cambridge. Sherlock Road. Once I found the name, I found the street. So it's that simple. Similarly, the story of Sarah Lonsdale, she's the only woman I have found, right, demonstrates the long-term intergenerational and institutional importance of the South Sea asset class. She inherited substantial South Sea annuities from her father in the early 18th century. Sarah used her South Sea capital to retain her husband's historic estate at Barnham Linton by paying off his creditors after his death. Near the end of her life in 1807, her friend William Pitt the Younger had convinced her to bequeath her lands to Pembroke College, which still owns them. And this is Barnum Linton, and this is William Pitt, her friend, who facilitated the, yeah, okay. So I'm just going to give one more example. This is Michael, but I think this is for you, Robert Smith at Trinity College. So Robert Smith donated a statue of Isaac Newton and 2,000 pounds in stock at his death in 1768, which paid for a new combination room and a new window at the chapel where he is buried. He also donated 3,500 in South Sea capital to the Central University, which supported the Smith's math prizes and which added considerable funds to the Plumian professorship, one of several university funds containing South Sea money. Cambridge institutions bought South Sea assets and they sold them. They received them in donations, and they sometimes converted donated cash into South Sea assets. I'm just going to stop. I think you get, get the point. And later on in the late 19th and 20th century, you see colonial paper assets, and we can just work with that historical knowledge in terms of thinking about reparations and the university.
So good afternoon, I think it is, perhaps morning in America, where my brain and some of my body perhaps still is. I want to first say thank you to Dr. Sabine Cadeau and also to Dr. Cato for this introduction, for this invitation. Honored to be here and excited to share with you today. And certainly honored to be a part of a very esteemed panel of colleagues. My paper today, Restored Sevenfold Towards a Religious Studies Approach to Reparations, outlines some preliminary thoughts about how religious studies methodology can contribute to the study of slavery and reparations. For today's paper, I utilize a constructive view of reparations, and I'm drawing on the work of Olufemi Taiwo, author of Reconsidering Reparations 2022 publication, in which he states that the moral impetus for reparations is the past and present treatment of enslaved people and their descendants. But the target of reparations, or in other words, the goal it hopes or aims to achieve in the world, the difference it wants to make in the world, is neither reconciliation nor redemption, but rather it's a forward-looking project, a future goal to remake the world produced by the moral crimes of the past. Today's paper is based on works in progress that examine the production and reproduction of racial violence in the early American Jesuit theology. The Georgetown sale of 272 people in 1838, one of the largest in US history, reveals the unexpected role of the Catholic Church through the careers of Jesuit priests who were vital to operations at both Georgetown College and also plantations owned by the Jesuit order in Maryland and Pennsylvania. Tentatively titled The Problem of God and Slavery at Georgetown, the book manuscript will examine the interplay between religion and slavery at Georgetown and also in the broader American society. And a real impetus of the research is to really move beyond the 1838 sale of 272 people, to really begin to think about what are some of the theological, moral, and religious implications? How do we come to conceptualize God, and also to discuss religion and theology in the public sphere in American society? My interest in today's topic arises from my work as a research fellow, formerly in the Department of Theology and Religious Studies at Georgetown, and also as a member of the Georgetown Slavery Memory and Reconciliation Project. Utilizing primary sources from the Georgetown Slavery Archive, I investigate the history of slavery at Georgetown and explore how justifications for and against both slavery and the slave trade informed how debates about slavery shaped and informed discussions about the nature of God and humanity, religious experience, and public life in America. Today's paper analyzes advertisements for runaway slaves published by Reverend John Ashton, a Jesuit priest and plantation manager in Maryland. Runaway ads, I argue, extend the dogma of pro-slavery ideology and theologies across broad geographies, since newspapers were vehicles utilized to transmit values and ideologies to the broader American public. I also analyzed James Pennington's narrative account of his escape from slavery in Maryland. Pennington's narrative, The Fugitive Blacksmith, provides a first-person account of the flight from slavery from the perspective of an enslaved person. As such, it offers a counter-narrative to the views espoused by the rhetoric of slave ads. Pennington's account also posits examples Pennington's account also posits examples of reparative engagement that can help to make a new world out of the previous world order created by the legacy of slavery and colonialism. The paper will conclude with a prospective call for the development of what I am tentatively referring to as a theology of abolition. Ancestral abolitionists like Pennington inform theoretical approaches to the formation of abolitionist theology, along with some practices that stem from the Georgetown Slavery Memory and Reconciliation Project. In 1794, 12 members of the Queen family petitioned the General Court of the Western Shore in Annapolis, Maryland, for their freedom from the Maryland Jesuits that held them in bondage. Their petition was based on a claim that they were descended from a free woman, Mary Queen, who had arrived in North America in 1715 with Thomas Larkin. Queen was indentured into servitude shortly after her arrival, and after the term of her indentureship ended, she was subsequently purchased and enslaved by representatives of the Jesuit order in Maryland. The cases brought to court by Queen's descendants in 1794 relied upon narratives of her indentureship to make the case that her descendants were unjustly enslaved and owed their liberty, since Mary Queen should never have been enslaved by the Jesuits in the first place. Despite the numerous testimonies of witnesses that corroborated the family's accounts of Queen's controversial status, only Edward Queen's petition, the first to be heard in court, resulted in a verdict favorable to the plaintiff. The others were banished to return to lives of perpetual servitude on the Jesuits' plantations in White Marsh, Maryland. The Queens, however, utilized extra legal options when roadblocks impeded legal avenues to freedom. In the spring of the following year, 12 members of the Queen family absconded together from the White Marsh plantation. On May 1st, 1795, Reverend John Ashton, a Jesuit priest and manager of the White Marsh plantation, and one of the founders of Georgetown College, posted an advertisement for the capture and return of the White Marsh 12 in the Maryland Gazette. Analysis of Ashton's post reveals dimensions of pro-slavery ideology that were institutionalized within the Jesuit order and subsequently transmitted to the broader American public. In the ad posted by Ashton, the runaways are all described as, quote, young, hardy, and well-made Negroes. They are variously referred to as either very Black or having a brown complexion. Crude descriptions of phenotypic traits aim to undermine the family's claim to have descended from a free woman. Pro-slavery Jesuit plantation managers espoused the belief that Black phenotypic traits were indelible marks of inherent sinfulness. Dark skin and kinky hair were visible marks of God's judgment that signified corresponding moral and intellectual shortcomings in Black Americans. Pro-slavery theologians describe the hair and skin of Blacks as tinged, as if crisped by the application of fire. Since fire was commonly associated with punishment in Christian scriptures, Black bodies not only bore the indelible mark of transgression, but were also considered the corporal expression of evil and the locus of punishment and performances of divine rage. I just want to pause parenthetically to say that that particular insight does not arise from John Ashton, although he does share that belief. That particular insight arises from the work of Joseph Moberly, who was not a priest at Georgetown, but a brother. And Moberly is the manager, the overseer, essentially. They utilize the terminology of manager in place of overseer, but the functions are essentially the same. Moberly is the plantation manager at St. Inigo's, which is named for the Catholic founder, Ignatius of Loyola. He's the manager at St. Inigo's, which is the oldest Catholic plantation in America. He occupies that position shortly before the turn of the 19th century up until 1820. In 1820, or I'd say maybe beginning around 1817, priests from both Russia and Ireland come to inspect essentially the Jesuit plantations, and they hear complaints from enslaved people that are so horrific that Moberly is actually removed from his role as plantation manager. Now, his next job is that he's assigned to the faculty at Georgetown in the English department. And I often quizzically wonder what that job application may have looked like and who may have written letters of recommendation. So Ashton's reference to the very Black and brown complexions of the White Marsh 12 intended to raise suspicions regarding their claim to have descended from a free woman. Advertisements like the one posted by Ashton extended the authority that masters exercised over slaves to whites generally throughout society. Slave ads extended the jurisdiction of unwritten rules of surveillance that rendered Blacks as fugitives and also potential criminals. Analysis of runway ads like the one posted by Reverend Ashton helps to clarify Catholicism's role in the transmission of racist ideology to the broader American and transatlantic audiences. The theological foundations of contemporary global racism are critical for understanding the scope of constructive reparations, since it helps to explain how contemporary racial injustices are founded on well-established histories of pro-slavery religious teachings. As Olufemi Taiwo explains, in order to respond both to today's injustices and systemic distribution and the accumulated result of history's distributive injustices, we must understand the historical systems of global distribution caused by slavery and colonialism. While I concur with Taiwo's assertion regarding the necessity of contextualizing contemporary global racism as emerging from unjust systems of distribution from past generations, the religious studies model for reparations that I propose also aims to recover voices, practices, and perspectives of enslaved African-descended ancestors who survived, resisted, and absconded from enslavement and helped transform American society from a slave to free, or perhaps quasi-free, society by the second half of the 19th century. Because the Georgetown Slavery Archive contains little in the way of first-person accounts from enslaved people, I utilize published primary and secondary sources to highlight forms of resistance demonstrated by the White Marsh 12. Jessica Millward explains in her 2015 study of enslaved women in Maryland, and the title is Finding Charities, Folks, Enslaved and Free Black Women in Maryland, University of Georgia Press. Enslaved women like Mary Queen formed and maintained families as part of a strategy of resistance to enslavement. Scholars of slavery agree that enslaved people's ability to establish families and communities was a key survival mechanism across generations. Contemporary students of history tend to view manumission as an individual act, but achieving freedom from bondage more often required communal effort. Although many of the freedom petitions filed in Maryland courts ended in disappointment for plaintiffs, every successful bid encouraged more enslaved people to seek liberty for themselves or their loved ones. Within Maryland's history, the cases of names like Frederick Douglass, Kunta Kinte, and Harriet Tubman are more widely associated with the history of slavery and emancipation, but court petitions are more representative of the strategies utilized by enslaved people in their quests for freedom. Additionally, enslaved women were more likely to be manumitted with their children. In fact, court petitions became so numerous that Maryland courts passed legislation in 1809 to prevent enslaved people from suing for freedom on the basis of their mother's status. Increasing austerity to freedom positions may explain why the White Marsh 12 sought liberty by absconding. For fugitive slaves, absconding espoused alternative theologies from those implied by the logic of pro-slavery rhetoric that undergirded runaway slave advertisements. In the narrative account of his escape from slavery, James Pennington recalls the terror inspired by the thought that news of his escape may have been circulated via a newspaper advertisement. During his flight from slavery, he stuck to rural areas and county roads, avoiding towns where there were prisons, handbills, newspapers, and travelers. The presumption of suspicion caused by the circulation of slave ads emboldened non-slave owning whites and deputized many non-slave owning working class white members as de facto patrollers, empowering them to enforce laws, often violently, regarding enslaved people's mobility or lack thereof. Several times during his escape from Maryland into Pennsylvania, Pennington was detained by white citizens, vigilante mobs who held no legal authority other than that which was assigned to them as citizens by the virtue of the color of their skin. Pennington also notes that throughout his journey, he was encumbered by ignorance, unable to read and without knowledge of directions to Pennsylvania, or unable to read and without knowledge of directions or distance to Pennsylvania, he encounters a series of daring escapes. He finally arrives to the home of a Quaker abolitionist in Pennsylvania. And the morning after his arrival, his host asks if he knew how to read and write. When Pennington informed him that he could not, informal tutoring and literacy began immediately. Pennington improved quickly, and before long, he was able to study the Bible and was beginning to dabble in Latin. After several years of living as a free man, Pennington settled in New York and was eventually allowed to attend, however not enroll, in classes at Yale Divinity School. His subsequent career as an abolitionist is owed in large part to the life he lived after absconding. Pennington notes that the unforgivable sin of slavery is that it robbed him of an education, an injury he describes as irreparable. Pennington's reflection highlights important steps that institutions of higher education can take to help repair a world broken by the legacies of slavery and colonialism. Within the context of universities or institutions of higher education with legacies tied to slavery, the Georgetown study can be a case study for explaining how universities can play a role in the conversation moving reparations forward. In the case of Georgetown, the religious identity of the institution as a Catholic institution, the nation's oldest Catholic institution, certainly comes to the fore. Inquiry into the historical analysis of the decision to own and sell slaves was tied to the institution's identity as a Catholic university. Therefore, the model of repair that is established at Georgetown also draws on Christian theological sources, right? This paper, in part, in attempting to highlight some of those progressive steps, is also asking what is the benefit of, and also the limitations of such a religious studies model approach. Absconding, so from a religious studies standpoint, right, the way that a religious studies scholar, my approach to understanding the practice of absconding is that while slave ads can evince religious traditions of white supremacy and also reduce Black bodies to crude phenotypic descriptions, for those who abscond, absconding was an act of religious expression for enslaved people who did run away. While the involuntary movement of Black bodies via sales evinces the religion of white supremacy, the self-determined movement of absconding enables scholars to observe Black religion as it develops, as it unfolds. Movement and migration in response to terror events survival strategies often described or referred to as flight and replace the religious significance. And flight and the religious significance of such action is often described utilizing the Exodus paradigm of escape from slavery, right? So the paradigm specifically is that fugitive slaves often, as they describe their flight from the plantation, their flight to freedom, spend an extended period of time in the wilderness, replicating the model of the story of Exodus, right? Israel's escape to freedom takes place in the wilderness. The wilderness signifies a moment of extreme transformation. You see this particularly in the narratives of enslaved people who are leaving Maryland, right? Frederick Douglass talks about an encounter, right, with an advisor in the wilderness, and notes this as the turning point in his career as a slave, right? Just at the moment where he thought about succumbing and acquiescing to being enslaved for life, he runs to the wilderness. He meets an advisor, and it is from this encounter that he is now inspired to pursue a life of freedom. Movement and migration in response to terror evinces survival strategies often described as flight, and the religious significance of such action is often described using the Exodus paradigm of escape from slavery, but it also draws on Africana themes of religious transformation. In the case of Georgetown's story of slavery and repair, steps to building a more just, inclusive world include extending preferential admissions to descendants of enslaved people owned by the Jesuits. In 2016, Melisande Short Colomb, a descendant of Mary Queen, enrolled at Georgetown as one of the first of 2 legacy admissions from the sale of 1838. Her senior thesis, a one-person narration of her family's history entitled, "I Am Here," explains how her presence at the university was critical for creating a more equitable world within the field of higher education. While individual repair is witnessed in the case of the Queen family, The story of slave ads at Georgetown demonstrates how colleges and universities contributed to the broad reach of pro-slavery ideology in the Atlantic world. And consequently, in light of this history of harm and damage, models of repair need to reach beyond interpersonal accounts of transgression to include broader stories of harm and repair. In the case of Georgetown, slave ads were consequential for Black slaves not owned by the Jesuits, like Pennington. Slave ads and the diffusion of pro-slavery theology impacted and impeded the road to freedom for a number of fugitive slaves. For this reason, institutional repair does need to be far-reaching. In Georgetown's case, the Georgetown Prison Initiative accomplishes this, or at least aims to move in the direction of restitution for past harms regarding legacies of slavery. The Georgetown Prison Initiative seeks to advocate for incarcerated students while simultaneously providing an access to world-renowned education. And I do just want to say parenthetically, this is an issue that is very near and dear to my heart. One of my most significant teaching experiences from my career actually came through the Georgetown Prison Initiative, where I was able to teach a version of a problem of God class, much of which this paper is based on, to incarcerated students in Washington, D.C. jail. I'd also like to just say, I have a cousin who was incarcerated for a number of years, and through some of the advocacy work of the Georgetown Prison Initiative, he was released and actually completed his degree at Georgetown University and spent a year as a fellow at the London School of Economics very recently. So this is as much a personal narrative as it is family scholarship for me. Thank you. That was unexpected. I meant my response, not yours. Thank you. That was unexpected. Thank you. So to conclude, I just again like to reiterate and highlight, and again, this is not to suggest that these steps are not exhaustive. This is not to suggest that Georgetown's work is finished, but I do think that they provide a good roadmap that other institutions can follow. And I also want, and we can talk about this more in the Q&A, right? Some of the specifics, right? What works at Georgetown may not work in other places because of the specificity of having a defined community of descendants with whom they can engage, right? But I do want to conclude. Voices of ancestors inform the steps to reparations, right? And so the three that I'd like to highlight are, again, advocacy for contemporary prisoners. Georgetown cannot repair legacies of slavery, right, in the past, but they can work in the contemporary world. I think it was mentioned in the previous panel. What things will we look back on from the future and be appalled at? I think, at least in American society, the growth and explosion of the prison industrial complex is one of the most direct and enduring legacies of slavery. And I'm proud to say that Georgetown University and other colleges and institutions are working to advance models of repair. And in addition to advocacy for the release of prisoners, right? While people are incarcerated, they are also working to educate incarcerated students as well. And finally, collaborative approaches between Georgetown and institutions, historically Black colleges and universities that are predominantly attended by the descendants of the sale. And so specifically, I'm thinking about historically Black colleges and universities in the New Orleans and Louisiana areas. There's a collaborative approach to studying the history of slavery and the legacy of slavery, currently being discussed between Georgetown and Xavier University. And there are also other models in which schools are partnering. William and Mary in Virginia is looking at partnerships with both Norfolk State, a historically Black college and university. And so I think that that is very much related to some of the ideas that we've heard here, thinking about how UK institutions could also partner with institutions from the Caribbean and from the West Indies. I think resource sharing is a critical step for reparations. So in conclusion, I would just like to conclude by saying, again, the Georgetown model, I don't think is complete, but I do think it moves us in the right direction as we continue to grapple with how to make institutions accountable and how we can work collaboratively to build a world that we will be more proud of when we look back 100 years from now. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. This is a very tough panel to try and keep to time because everything is so wonderful and fantastic and full. We do still have the issue of taxis arriving fairly soon. So if you don't mind, what I'm going to propose is we hear from Kai now, Kai Parker, and then we will park the Q&A simply because we have to get folks who are going to King's into those cabs. So we'll hear from Kai. Don't feel too stressed out, Kai. Maybe you talk as fast as I do or faster. And then we will track back to these questions either in a special part, a bit that we carve out in a timetable in the coming days, or because questions will be applicable to other panels. So let's hear from Kai. We'll give a big round of applause, and then we'll be heading out afterwards. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks everyone for being here, and thanks to Dean and Nikki for all the organizing that you've done. We get started. The University of Chicago has long claimed that it was founded in the 1890s, decades after the abolition of slavery in the US. However, in 2017, the Reparations at UChicago Working Group, aka the ROC, detailed how Illinois Senator Stephen A. Douglas, most famously Abraham Lincoln's adversary in the 1858 Lincoln-Douglas debates, founded UChicago in the mid-1850s with capital he acquired via the labor of the enslaved on a Mississippi plantation he inherited through marriage. Since then, UChicago has continued to deny its foundation in slavery, although recently, at times, it seems that outright denial has heard the footsteps of historical reckoning, seen the tremors of recent justice movements troubling the waters of smug self-satisfaction, and has therefore nervously morphed into evasion. In his recent epic history of the University of Chicago, a university dean and historian dismisses scholarship, specifically Arnold Hirsch's 1983 classic study, Making the Second Ghetto, Race and Housing in Chicago, 1940 to 1960, that demonstrates the active role of the university in racially segregating the city's South Side via urban renewal schemes that displaced Black residents in the university's surrounding neighborhoods. The question of the relationship between these two denials is, in my view, a generative one, not only for the fight for reparations at UChicago, but for other attempts to think through reparations for compounding histories of anti-Black racism and racial capitalism. Sometimes it is argued that the fight for reparations from universities should center more recent phenomena, such as urban inequality and gentrification, rather than Atlantic chattel slavery. And indeed, there are compelling reasons for doing this. Yet the case for reparations at UChicago might provide an opportunity to think about how reparations for slavery and for recent urban inequality might intersect. This paper exploratorially argues that during the progressive era of the late 19th and early 20th century, scholars at UChicago and other scholars in their orbit crafted a series of discourses that sedimented UChicago's foundation in slavery into and under compounding layers of anti-Black logic and illogic. This process ushered in and subsequently obscured UChicago's role in the theorization of white supremacy in cities in the US and Jim Crow segregation. Present-day scholars concerned with UChicago's role in the development of modern racial inequality since World War I are not privy to this history. In addition, elaborating Craig Wilder's demonstration of the role of university intellectuals in providing academic support for white supremacy, this paper asks in what ways have universities as producers of knowledge been complicit in universities' expropriation of Black folk? First, the paper will briefly discuss the controversy surrounding Douglas's role in founding UChicago at its first campus site on land he had donated amid the growing political crisis over slavery in the 1850s. Beginning in 1860, Douglas's allies attempted to rehabilitate his reputation by extolling his patriotic defense of the Union in the face of Southern secession. The establishment of the second UChicago campus further to the south in the Chicago neighborhood of Hyde Park in the 1890s involved distancing the university from its Douglas connection, intellectually and politically, as well as physically. Herman von Holst, appointed in 1892 as the first head of the history department at the Hyde Park campus, provided intellectual heft to this distancing via his influential neo-abolitionist discrediting of the image of Douglas as patriot. However, in the 1900s, UChicago's sociology department anchored the alignment of white American social science with the anti-abolitionist, anti-Reconstruction historiography of the Dunning School of white supremacist Southern apologetics, refracting the Dunning School's racist characterization of the recent past into a fear of rising Black migration to northern cities, particularly in Illinois. These discursive shifts emerged contrapuntally, even dialectically. However, two threads united them. One, a belief that the American project was fundamentally and originarily innocent of the evils of slavery. And two, a belief that injustice in the racial order was fundamentally a sectional and regional phenomenon, i.e. a northern or a southern one, rather than a national or global phenomenon, and thus that establishing justice in the racial order meant extending the ideology and or practices of the South to the North, or vice versa. They did this even though Douglas's career as simultaneously a Southern slaveholder, a Northern politician and philanthropist, and an American imperialist expansionist epitomized the transregional and ultimately global or global aspiring character of anti-Blackness and white supremacism. In 1856, Stephen Douglas, flush with land acquisitions in Chicago, acquired via profits generated by the bloody toil of his over 140 slaves, donated 10 acres of land valued at $1.2 million in today's money for the site of the University of Chicago. It was 2 years after Douglas facilitated the passage of the 1854 Kansas-Nebraska Act. The act effectively nullified the 1820 Missouri Compromise, banning slavery in territories north of Missouri by allowing such territories to vote on whether they would permit slavery. The act accelerated the sectionalization of US politics into an antagonism between North and South, leading to the final collapse of the Whig Party, imperiling the Northern Democrats led by Douglas, and spurring the rise of the Republican Party dedicated to anti-slavery. UChicago struggled to attract capital due to its association with the man viewed in an increasingly anti-slavery North as the architect of the Kansas-Nebraska Act, a man whom many characterized as a Simon Legree, the brutal slave owner from Uncle Tom's Cabin, due to media reports of his ownership of a brutal slave regime. This only increased the university's need to borrow against the Douglas donated land to develop the university. Yet the university's board of trustees was rife with ideological conflict. It included, for example, a pro-slavery supporter of the nativist anti-immigrant Know Nothing Party, which Douglas opposed, as well as at least one noted adversary of what was called Nebraskaism, i.e. the pro-slavery machinations and consequences of the Kansas-Nebraska Act. Thus, perhaps ideological uproar led to the invitation of young abolitionist Congregationalist minister Joseph Edwin Roy, a professor at Chicago Theological Seminary, to give an introductory prayer for Douglas's address at the ceremonial laying of the cornerstone of the university on the 4th of July, 1857. Roy was already celebrated in anti-slavery circles for having publicly condemned Douglas in an anti-Nebraskaism sermon the year earlier. Douglas was already aware of how Roy had denounced him. UChicago officials and benefactors likely wanted Roy's appearance to demonstrate that the school was not pro-slavery. Roy initially resisted the invitation. Conducting the prayer could have jeopardized his standing among the city's anti-slavery Protestants. However, he eventually accepted. His prayer called for the day when the blessings of the 4th of July would be extended to the slave as well as the free. Douglas was so upset by the sermon that he cut his own address short, claiming a sore throat. The following day, the Chicago Press chortled that Roy's prayer gave Douglas bronchitis. In 1860, Douglas, the presidential candidate for the floundering and largely discredited Northern Democrats, was crushed in the four-way presidential election in which his longtime adversary in Illinois politics, Abraham Lincoln, became the president-elect of the US. Douglas died the following year, 2 months after the secession crisis that followed Lincoln's election escalated into civil war. The operation to rehabilitate his tattered reputation began while he was still alive. Despite losing the election and being seen in the North as an abettor of pro-slavery firebrands, Douglas remained a committed patriot who, in failing health, toured the South speaking against disunion. His apologists used his unionism to recast his career as a brave attempt to prevent abolitionist lovers of quote-unquote Negro equality from tearing the nation asunder by unfairly antagonizing Southern pride. Yet this attempt to depict Douglas as a man of self-sacrificial honor, impervious to sectional interest, necessitated denying his membership in the fraternity of Simon Legrees. The 1860 biography of Douglas by James Sheehan, co-founding editor since 1854 of the Chicago Times, the principal newspaper organ of so-called Douglas democracy, i.e. the Douglas faction of the Democratic Party. In this biography, Sheehan asserted that reports of Douglas's lucrative, brutal slave owning were abolitionist slander. According to Sheehan, Douglas had nobly refused his father-in-law's offer to inherit his plantation and thus never accessed the asset. After all, Sheehan wrote, quote, "The gift would, if converted into money, have enabled him, by judicious investments in Chicago and elsewhere in Illinois, to have laid the foundation for a princely fortune. He was at liberty to convert plantations and slaves into cash at any moment," end quote. Yet, after 5 pages of castigating Douglas's anti-slavery critics for keeping aflame allegations of slave owning, Sheehan revealed that, in fact, quote, Mr. Douglas is the owner of a very large landed estate in Illinois, and in 1856, he deeded 10 acres of this valuable land, worth possibly $6,000 an acre, to the trustees of the Chicago University, end quote. Sheehan's refusal to accept what is evident from his own formulations and in his own scholarship set a pattern that UChicago apologetics follows to this day. Over the next 2 decades, Douglas's entanglement in slavery, global economic instability, and controversial financial gambits by the trustees left UChicago in dire straits. John D. Rockefeller led a group of largely Baptist investors, some already associated with the university, to replenish it. To do so, they let the bank foreclose on the property, had it legally renamed the Old University of Chicago, and incorporated a new campus in Hyde Park as the University of Chicago. For Rockefeller, distancing the new campus from the old campus's slavery roots and associated with Douglas was paramount. As a high school student, Rockefeller had expressed abolitionist sentiments in essays written during the Kansas-Nebraska Act crisis, and he now considered himself a benevolent friend of the Negro, what Zora Neale Hurston would later dub a Negrotarian. The choice of the new campus was a rebuke to Douglas's acolytes, who wanted to keep the university on the same location in the neighborhood that by then bore Douglas's name. The Douglasites wanted the new incorporation to uphold what former trustee W.W. Everts, perhaps their most dedicated spokesman, called, quote, the honor of Douglas, Chicago's greatest citizen, end quote. However, perhaps the most significant early hire UChicago president William Rainey Harper made was of an eminent historian from Germany, Hermann von Holst, to head the history department in 1892. Von Holst had published his 8-volume Constitutional and Political History of the United States over the previous 16 years. In overtly neo-abolitionist prose, von Holst spent much of the 4th volume lambasting Douglas for his role in abetting what von Holst called the slaveocracy. Like Joseph Edwin Roy and Abraham Lincoln, von Holst thought that Douglas betrayed the essentially anti-slavery ideals of the American Revolution. In 1899, a University of Kansas historian wrote, quote, Stephen Arnold Douglas, with an accent on the Arnold, writes von Holst, the great German authority upon our history, and in his judgment has been accepted as final by a large number of American readers, end quote. Von Holst's emphasis on Douglas's middle name, Arnold, equated the senator with Benedict Arnold, the famous traitor to the American Revolution. In hiring von Holst, the university distanced itself from ideologically from Douglas and gained new anti-slavery academic credentials. In welcoming a scholar critical of the man who's still considered by many to be this university's founder, or at least its forefather, the university also signaled its commitment to objectivity and empirical analysis over revealed knowledge, thereby advancing the goal of the anti-Douglasites to secularize the school's identity away from the old campus's identity as a Baptist college. Everts, a Baptist minister, remained praiseful of Rockefeller. However, in a 1910 essay arguing that Everts had saved the university with his 1880s work with trustees and thereby enabled its reinvigoration on the new campus, the longtime Chicago journalist Frederick Cook wrote that, quote, had it been revealed to Everts that what heresies were to proceed from his nursling through the grace of the Rockefeller endowments, Everts would surely have stayed his hand and let the university perish, end quote. This rhetoric indicates that Cook understood the 2 campuses to be 2 iterations of the same university. Yet Cook was no Douglas partisan. In fact, he described himself as having been an outspoken abolitionist during the Civil War. Having distanced itself from Douglas, UChicago in turn distanced itself from the neo-abolitionism of von Holst, who died in 1904. In the decade before World War I, UChicago sociology anchored white American social scientists' theorization of what could be called Northern Jim Crow. Progressive era white social scientists conceptualized Jim Crow as an ideal form of racial management or overseeing. With Black migration to the North on the rise, these social scientists urged Northern cities to follow Jim Crow's example. In April 1908, the American Journal of Sociology, which was edited by Chicago Sociology Department and published by the university, published a roundtable of responses of leading social scientists to Mississippi planter Alfred H. Stone's address to the 1907 American Sociological Society annual meeting. In the address, which the journal also published, Stone argued that the Black and white races in America could either live peacefully under white supremacy or live at war with each other, but could not live together as equals in a pluralist democracy. Contrary to the forum's lone Black invitee, W.E.B. Du Bois, the forum's white participants agreed that Jim Crow should model Northern white supremacy. John J. Halsey, a professor of political science at Lake Forest College in a town near the outskirts of Chicago, and author of the book Chicago, Preeminently a Presbyterian City, was typical of the white respondents. He argued, quote, "Now I live in the North Shore along Lake Michigan, in one of the dozen suburbs which are supposed to be pure white. And yet the Negro problem has come to us with a Negro invasion within the past few years. Within the past few weeks, there has been continued statement in the public press that the people of a town west of Chicago are trying to drive out the Negroes who are seeking to become attached to the soil as permanent renters and even as owners. It is one of the features of the Negro invasion of the North. He is pouring into the northern states, and where there is an appreciable Negro infusion, we have a Negro problem as truly in the North as in the South," end quote. As Halsey demonstrates, the social scientists wrote as esteemed academicians, but also as aggrieved white residents. 3 of the 5 white respondents worked at schools in Illinois or Indiana. 4 months after the forum, a white mob estimated at 5,000 launched a 3-day-long deadly race riot in Springfield, Illinois, which destroyed and devastated Black homes and properties, causing the equivalent of $4 million worth of damage in today's money. It was the largest race riot of its time and helped spur the formation of the NAACP in 1909. What is the relationship between UChicago anchoring the social scientific conceptualization and promulgation of segregation in the North as Northern Jim Crow, and UChicago anchoring the policies and practices that would soon make Chicago by far the most racially residentially segregated city in the US? The notion of Northern Jim Crow revealed that despite the efforts of von Holst, Harper, Rockefeller, and others, UChicago's Hyde Park campus remained, in history, in theory, and in practice, the University of Stephen A. Douglas. UChicago sociology's celebration of racial segregation echoed the logic of Douglas's salacious critiques of Frederick Douglass, Lincoln, and so-called Black Republicans, white Republicans, as apostles and avid practitioners of equalitarian, interracial, and integrated living in the North. They also echoed Douglas's paradoxical attempts to nationalize Southern-style white supremacy to stop ostensible racial anarchy. UChicago sociology was central to a broad academic front that rehabilitated Douglas's reputation, a movement that often credited him with UChicago's founding. When Lewis Howland of Indiana wrote in his 1920 biography of Douglas that, quote, "one of the first gifts the University of Chicago received was 10 acres of land from Douglas," end quote, he clearly meant a gift to the current world-renowned university, not to a bygone institution. Howland is thought to be the author of an anonymous public letter suggesting Woodrow Wilson as a presidential candidate in 1902, a letter signed, quote, "an old-fashioned Democrat," meaning a Douglas Democrat. Indeed, it is fitting that Douglas's rehabilitation occurred in an era when President Woodrow Wilson, a segregationist, Dunning School adjacent scholar, and occasional Ku Klux Klan extolling film critic, brought the spirit of Douglas democracy into the White House in Washington, D.C. Howland, in a manner echoing Sheehan's 1860 biography, separated Douglas's slaveholding from his Illinois property acquisitions, even as he quoted Douglas explicitly stating that he plans to convert his plantation into Illinois property. 6 decades of struggle over Douglas's legacy had buried, or tried to bury, the connection between slavery and UChicago. Yet in doing so, the struggle gave formal academic sustenance to the afterlife of Douglas democracy in modern politics, urban geography, and intellectual life. Thank you.
That was absolutely awesome. If we all spoke as fast as Kai, we'd have had time for questions. Thank you so much, everyone. Store up your questions. I promise we'll find some way for you to ask some of our panelists. If you agreed to go on the taxis to King's, please now go downstairs. So just outside, the cabs are waiting. But if you could go quite smartly, we'd be very grateful. If anyone has got Sabine's coin, did you get it back, Sabine? Okay, fantastic. I was worried we pay her in pounds, so she's going to need that. Thank you very much, everybody. 4:30 for the keynote. So if you're not going to King's, or if you are, back here for 4:30 for the keynote. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry we ran out of time. Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. If I could ask you to take your seats for the keynote address. Thank you very much to everyone for coming back. For those of you who are just here, have just arrived for this session. Oh, wow. Someone's handed me a credit card. If you've lost your Barclays Visa card, come and find me. I have it. I'll leave it just here. Keep an eye on it. A Barclays Visa card. Anyone? Check your wallets. Okay, so just to explain what is going to happen for the rest of this evening. Those of you who have just come to the keynote, I'm Nick Guy, I teach American history here. I'm about to bring up Sabine Cadeau, research fellow on the legacies of enslavement inquiry, to introduce our keynote speaker. But I just wanted to explain the very interesting technology format that you're about to experience. I understand that our keynote speaker has recorded their address, which we're going to watch together. And it goes on for about 45 minutes. And then our keynote is going to join us live via the magic of technology to do the Q&A. So fingers crossed, if everything goes well, we'll bring up Sabine in a second. After her introduction, we will watch the keynote, and then we will get an opportunity to talk about it with our keynote speaker himself. I just wanted to apologize again to all of you and also to our panelists for running out of time in the last session. If we have an opportunity, and if you guys have any questions for our panelists from the last panel, then we will try to get to them at 6 o'clock, even if it's just 5 or 10 minutes for questions you might want to ask. So I know that Alfonso and Kai and Sabine and Nico, some very, very powerful things that they had to share. If you have questions for them that you'd like to ask, as it were, in front of all of us, then we're going to spend a few minutes at 6 o'clock trying to catch up with those questions. All I need to do now is hand over. Sabine, would you like to come up and introduce our keynote speaker? Thank you.
It is a pleasure for me to introduce our keynote speaker, Thomas Holt, who is the James Westphal Thompson Professor of American and African American History Emeritus at the University of Chicago. His scholarship addresses the history and experiences of people of African descent. During his long career, he has been the recipient of numerous fellowships, awards, and honors. To that end, Tom was a fellow of the John Simon Guggenheim Foundation and the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars from 1987 to 1988. He was also appointed a MacArthur Foundation Fellow. And in 1994, he was named to the National Council of Humanities by President Bill Clinton. In the 2000s, he was elected Fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and Fellow of the American Academy of Berlin. As part of his long service to the profession, Tom served as a president of the American Historical Association. During his career, Tom has produced seminal works in the field of African American and Caribbean history. Published in 1977, his first book, Black Over White, Negro Political Leadership in South Carolina During Reconstruction, was awarded the Southern Historical Association Charles Sidner Prize. His seminal book, The Problem of Freedom, Race, Labor, and Politics in Jamaica and Britain, 1832 to 1938, was awarded the Elsa Gavia Prize in 1992 by the Association of Caribbean Historians. Since The Problem of Freedom, Holt has published numerous books on race, labor, citizenship in the Americas. On a more personal note, The Problem of Freedom greatly influenced me, and Tom has been a profound influence on me dating back to the time I arrived at the University of Chicago as a new graduate student, and his seminars greatly informed my approach to the study of race and slavery. Many of his students are here with us today. Thank you. Welcome, Tom.
I must begin by thanking all those involved in organizing this conference. And I owe a special thanks to Sabine Cadeau, who extended a gracious invitation to me to address you, and then waited patiently until while I engaged my inner Hamlet in trying to decide to do or not to do. Although I'm a historian with a long-standing interest in comparative approaches to the study of peoples of African descent in the Americas and elsewhere, obviously that characterization describes many of the speakers who will address you over the coming days. Any one of whom might equally, if not be better suited to this task. Indeed, the conference program reveals the broad scope of the topics. Over time and in diverse spaces that the reparations issue has come to embrace. The recent publications, moreover, have underscored that the demands for reparations for slavery and the slave trade have a long history. at the very least stretching back to the early 19th century, albeit with limited success. And I'm thinking in particular of Ana Rojo's recent transnational and comparative study of this topic. Thus, one might regard a conference such as this, coming 134 years after the last slave regime in the Americas was abolished, as an opportunity to assess just where we are and where we might go, to reflect on what the increasingly diverse and re-energized campaign might yet achieve. Ironically, framing the task in these terms resolved my ambivalence about whether I was an appropriate choice to deliver this opening keynote address. Upon reflection, I concluded that the task of envisioning reparations, as the title of this conference describes our agenda, is necessarily political as well as historical. And as such, it necessarily suggests the question, what's at stake? Or to break that down a bit more, one might ask, what is envisioned as a goal or outcome that is the nature of the repair we are seeking? And this raises in turn the question, what might be envisioned as a process for achieving that goal? We are revisiting an argument and campaign that is now at least 2 centuries old. A conference such as this seems an appropriate opportunity to think critically about goals and means. Historical knowledge of Atlantic world slavery and its aftermath is well represented at this conference. But as I reflect on how I might best contribute to that task, I concluded that my own life experience might be a place to start. Not, God forbid, that my life is so exceptional, but rather the opposite. That in some ways it captures at least some of the common themes we might want to consider, as well as something of a broad chronological frame within which we need to work. I was born during World War II in Southside Virginia, an area historically shaped by tobacco farming and later the milling of diverse fabrics from cotton fibers transported from states further south. Both sides of my family, paternal and maternal, were enmeshed in one or the other of these economies for as long as anyone could remember. Like many other Black Southerners, they would not escape its clutches before the period between the 2 wars, the 2 world wars, when social and technological forces began to erode the post-emancipation economy's grip on Black people's life chances. My father was born in the First World War and thus was of age to be drafted into the Second. He would return home to a rapidly changing economy that enabled his escape from the farm and the mill. My father's life course was not entirely exceptional, of course. As I will have argued elsewhere, the broad social and economic changes he and his 7 brothers experienced transformed the conditions of possibility for many Black Southerners, and as a result enabled the broad social movement challenging racial injustices that his son's generation would be drawn into roughly 2 decades later. Nonetheless, broadening the chronological frame to embrace previous generations of the family revealed other factors that had positioned him to benefit from a changed opportunity structure that would elude many of his peers. I will recount a bit of this family history in an effort to open and partly explore the questions put earlier. What's at stake in the effort to repair the damage of past racial injustices? And what is the process by which they might be achieved? For a future historian, it's embarrassing to admit, I grew up fairly ignorant of the history of my place and my people. Attending segregated schools was not very helpful in remedying my deficient historical understanding. Thus, it was only after earning a PhD and beginning my teaching career that I set out to recover my own family's history. Unfortunately, it was a case of being a day late and a dollar short, as they say, since by that time, the idea occurred to me, many of the family elders who might have been helpful had passed on, except for my paternal grandmother's sister, Aunt Carrie, as everyone calls her, who introduced me to Jenny, a slave woman born before the Civil War and the oldest known matriarch of the family line on my father's side. Now I will spare you an account of the splendid detective work that ensued. Suffice it to say that I discovered, as was all too common on slave farms and plantations throughout the Americas, that Jenny's mother had given birth to children fathered by her owner. Somewhat less common, however, Jenny herself would inherit land from her father and manage somehow to pass it down to subsequent generations, including my father's mother. Unfortunately, I was not able to discover what motivated this act of largesse by the white father. I learned that he was an officer in the Confederate Army and a casualty of the Civil War, which meant someone else in the family, the white family, ensured that this financial legacy was respected and not challenged by other family members. The point of my story, nonetheless, is that this legacy was life-changing for generations of the Black family members, including me eventually. Of course, one should be careful not to overestimate the relative independence and security that land ownership, even of small plots, could afford Black families in a racist society. Legal and economic chicanery and overt violence could turn Black landowners into paupers at any moment. But for those who escaped that misfortune, land ownership could also provide opportunities that their less fortunate neighbors were deprived of. I witnessed this in a segregated and elementary school that I attended. Though not fully understanding it at the time, there I witnessed striking differences in the experiences of the children of sharecroppers and tenants, and those as contrasted with those of either small landowners or those whose parents, like mine, were employed in non-farm occupations. The croppers' kids started their school year after the harvest and left at the beginning of spring planting. Thus, their school year ran roughly from late October until early April, at best. Obviously, one would have to be exceptionally talented to master a 9-month curriculum in just 4 or 5. Moreover, given the annual turnover in sharecropping contracts, many of my classmates moved through many different schools during their school-going years, and sometimes even within the same year. By contrast, the relative security and stability of my family's situation meant that Jenny's descendants would have life opportunities, notwithstanding the deficiencies of a segregated system that might enable escape from the difficulties that such educational deprivation would have inevitably produced. Hopefully that little family history helps make vivid the stakes of repairing the damage that unfolded in the aftermath of slavery's abolition. The fate of Jenny's progeny illustrates what might have been had the brief prospect of land reform, 40 acres and a mule, that followed slavery's abolition. Instead, the vast majority of emancipated slaves found themselves subject to new forms of domination that not only impoverished them, but passed that condition down to subsequent generations. Thus, not only legal slavery, but the terms of its abolition blasted the hopes and crippled the futures of generations hence. Obviously, the racial injustices typically referenced by arguments for reparations are in fact historical. But ironically, that very language has the effect of displacing it into a time beyond memory. And the effect of that displacement can undercut the broad public support necessary to its political success. One can easily imagine, or indeed have heard, how the opposition's argument might go. Slavery was centuries ago, they will argue. My family came to this country long after those days had passed, seeking equal opportunities. Ergo, I should not be held responsible for or taxed to remedy such ancient crimes. Indeed, a version of this argument underpins a case challenging affirmative action in college admissions being argued before the US Supreme Court at this very moment. In this case, the plaintiffs are largely of Asian American descent, and thus many are children of mid-20th century immigrants. Thus, a counter-argument dependent on the original sin of slavery is not likely to offer an effective rejoinder. It is possible, however, that one documenting the pernicious offspring of that original sin, that is, how the initial injustice continues to produce and reproduce new injustices decades and centuries later, might have a better chance. For example, I mentioned earlier that my father returned home from the Second World War and was soon able to leave farm work and the cotton mill behind. He was able to do so because the GI Bill's benefits paid for his training as a barber, which enabled him eventually to run an independent business. Much like the family's post-emancipation property legacy, therefore, this mid-20th century veterans benefit was a stroke of luck. But again, many other Black veterans were denied the government benefits to which they were entitled. I will forego the details of how the system worked to discriminate against Black applicants, but suffice it to say that the power relations shaping the administration of public benefits in the South was a feature of a larger historical failure to reconstruct the former slaveholding republic. To put it briefly, the local federal agents administering these programs blatantly discriminated against Black veterans. They were in a position to do so, however, because Southern political power relations were shaped by a history of Black voter suppression and racial terror, all of which dates back to the failed reconstruction of the slaveholders' republic. It can easily be demonstrated, moreover, that while Southerners did the act, national powers enabled them. Examples I have discussed thus far suggest that the American nation state should be one of, if not the, principal addressee for demands to redress the multiple economic injuries that people of African descent have suffered in America. This is not to exclude the claims for redress made many successfully, to private entities like universities and businesses. It is simply to recognize that the scope of these initiatives is by definition more limited and often involve moral and symbolic rather than material compensation for past actions. Nation states, by contrast, have by commission or omission shaped the material life chances of their citizenry. Historians can show how government policies and actions, beginning with the slave trade and slavery and continuing to the present day, have deprived the descendants of former slaves of access to land, to employment, to decent housing, and other government benefits. In short, the case for reparations begins but does not end with slavery. My point in recounting my own family's history, then, is to suggest that the appropriate response to the question what's at stake is not simply to win compensation for the unpaid labor of an enslaved ancestor. Rather, it should be framed in terms of the consequences of a failure to redress the long chain of injustices that came after slavery's destruction. We historians know that there were real debates and failed initiatives to give all former slaves the stakes for a new life that Jenny's descendants enjoyed. One could easily demonstrate that such initiatives could well have shaped their and the nation's future, much like the government measures to, for example, to enable home ownership created an expanded middle class in the mid-20th century. 40 acres and a mule in the 1860s could have plausibly fostered a more democratic, small d, Southern political order. One that ensured, for example, that Black farm owners and domestic laborers had access to Social Security benefits, which they did not, and that Black veterans received GI education and housing benefits, which often they were deprived of. In sum, a racially democratic social political order that would have made affirmative action unnecessary. To the original sin of slavery, then, one should add the failure to reconstruct a society built on slave labor, a failure that ultimately sustained and extended its injuries deep into the following century. In response to this argument, the defense that relegates such injuries to a distant past is no longer relevant, because those injuries continue well into the present. Its perpetrators are also of the present. Now, I began this analysis by relating my family's experience in an effort to frame in concrete terms the nature of the injury that, in my view, we need to address. It is an injury rooted in the past, but enduring in and shaping the present. Also implicit in that analysis is the question of who should be the addressee of reparations demands. Many of the current reparations campaigns have targeted private institutions like universities and businesses that in one way or another were founded on or have otherwise benefited from enslaved labor. Targeting such entities can be quite effective in many cases, given the relative clarity of the historical connections and the clearly demonstrable benefits that accumulated to those institutions over time. But the arguments addressed to private institutions founded on and or benefiting from enslaved labor are inherently different from those addressed to largely public institutions whose policies and administrative procedures reproduced and extended the injuries of a racist regime. For example, the racial demonstration rife in the administration of veterans' benefits, housing mortgage policies, and public education arguably built on and exacerbated the original injuries of slavery. But making such a case is likely to be much more difficult, and overcoming resistance to it much more complicated. One will also confront the fact that how the various nation states involved in Atlantic world slavery are implicated and thus might be addressed is also more complicated. I address the question of what might be at stake in a campaign for reparations by focusing on my own family's history, and thus necessarily on developments in the United States. But of course, the case for reparations is cross-national, involving every nation in the Americas and several in Europe. Although one should take care not to conflate their histories with respect to this question, there are some broad similarities as well as differences. First of all, and most strikingly, Haiti, Cuba, and the United States are the only countries where slavery ended as a result of, or in the course of, a vast and destructive civil war. In the United States, the slaveholders' defeat in a long and bloody war mooted the question of their receiving monetary compensation for their lost property. Indeed, because of their disloyalty, many were at least partly, or at least briefly, divested of their landed property. Cuba's case was a bit more complicated because of the emancipation process there unfolded over several decades. And as recent stories in the New York Times, and I believe one of the papers for this conference, show, Haiti's story was more different still. Despite Haitian slave rebels' military victory over the slaveholders, the new Haitian nation was eventually forced to pay compensation for the slaves it had liberated. Indeed, to my knowledge, this is the only time in history that the victor in a war ended up paying reparations. But although exceptional in that respect, such payments were otherwise consistent with the broader pattern of indemnification of Atlantic world slaveholders for the loss of their slave labor. Throughout the Americas, many, if not most, slave owners received some form of reimbursement for the slaves they set free or that had been set free. In some cases, this took the form of continued labor service and or monetary payments, often both. It may be that in some cases, the alternative to making such ransom payments would have been war slaveholders, but in most cases, such threats were not viable, really. Despite radical abolitionist arguments to the contrary, then, claims to property rights in human beings was well established. Moreover, it was not only slave owners who were invested in defending those rights, but a broad class of investors, as well as the state itself, oftentimes, who shared in the fruits of enslaved labor. Historians have long debated just how this formidable opposition was overcome. It's possible that that debate might offer clues of how we might approach the second question raised above. That is, how one might win the debate about the efficacy as well as the justice of reparations for historic wrongs. Much of that debate has focused on the case of Great Britain, the first major power to initiate a general emancipation policy. With my tongue planted firmly in cheek, I might begin to explain the motivation behind Britain's initiative to abolish slavery in its West Indian possessions by quoting Colonial Secretary Edward Stanley, that it simply reflected what he called, quote, the liberal and humane spirit of the age, unquote. It was that moral conviction, Stanley argued, that led Britain to sacrifice the financial interests of the West Indian planters and their capitalist investors to the greater popular abhorrence of slavery. Thus, as he put it, Britain would, quote, set the world the glorious example of a commercial nation, weighing its material advantages light in the balance against justice and religion, unquote. A generation of British historians would buy Stanley's explanation hook, line, and sinker. Eric Williams begged to differ, which set off a decades-long debate over how one might explain such a radical change in thinking and state policy. The debate that ensued is arguably relevant to the question of how one might hope to win a similar debate over reparations. The gist of Williams' rejoinder was that the so-called moral suasion argument was insufficient to overcome the entrenched powers who profited from enslaved labor. Contrary to later characterizations, he did not insist that moral values were completely irrelevant, but they were just not in themselves sufficient. I'm confident that this audience is well acquainted with the interventions that later historians have made in attempting to sort out the causal nexus here. Suffice it to say that the moral epiphany argument has been linked to broader social dynamics that render a far more complex explanation. The bottom line, I think, is that however compelling the moral suasion arguments might have been, people in power had to be convinced that it was in both the national as well as their own private material interests to embrace abolition. And even then, it required 20 million pounds sterling, 20 million pounds sterling bribe and a transitional apprenticeship in free labor to seal the deal. The question then is whether a similar strategy, a moral argument supplemented by an appeal to self-interest, will be necessary to overcome the predictable opposition in our own time, the reparations for slavery and its aftermath. It is surely predictable that the forces and the interests that are likely to be arrayed against any serious material recompense for slavery and its enduring injuries and disabilities will be formidable. The fierce resistance to even a public acknowledgement of or memorialization of slavery's atrocities, such as, for example, the recent backlash in the French Parliament against recognizing the nation's complicity in the slave trade, suggests the difficulty such a campaign will confront. Thus, the decades-long abolition campaigns in the early 19th century suggest what a 21st century campaign is likely to confront, but also the multi-pronged strategy required for success. Certainly, moral suasion played an important role, both in shaping the public conversation and shaping the political terrain. But the ultimate success also required, as the much maligned arguments of Eric Williams suggest, that powerful interest groups, economic and political, come to see their interests would be better served by transitioning from slavery to free labor. Just as then, documenting the harm of slavery is unlikely in itself to be enough to turn the tide. Could it be that an argument based on slavery's enduring consequences deep into the present may be more persuasive? Though not successful, only partially so, similar arguments have gained traction in the past. In 1965, President Lyndon Johnson's Howard University address arguing for affirmative action had a similar premise, notwithstanding the flawed historical logic of his speechwriter, Pat Monahan. In fact, its basic premise was consistent with earlier demands of civil rights activists who recognized that mere legal changes would be insufficient to reverse the damage that a century of racial oppression had wrought. Drawing on the post-war reconstruction of Europe, they framed their demands as a Marshall Plan for Black America. But it was, in effect, a 20th century version of 40 Acres and a Mule. To some extent, its logic would be reflected to some degree in the late 1960s Great Society programs, though ultimately underfunded and politically orphaned. Viewed retrospectively, I suspect many historians might be dubious about these associations, but the fact that so many social movement activists actually worked in these programs suggests something of the hopes they ever so briefly inspired. For many, these commitments seemed opportunities to achieve a more prosperous as well as a more just society for all. For a fleeting moment at least, that prospect gained a broad and diverse public support. Perhaps what we have learned both about the long reach of slavery's original sin down the years into our present, and the repeated efforts of its injured progeny to be heard, will ultimately prove useful in shaping a viable strategy to win redress of historic wrongs, now centuries old. With that hope, I return to the two questions I posed at the outset of this talk. What are the stakes? And what is the strategy? And thus, argument for achieving them. First, I've tried to suggest that the stakes and thus arguments for projects focused on various private entities such as universities, financial institutions, and other businesses, while important, are likely to be different from the more broadly focused targets, which are more likely to be nation states or particular administrative entities within them. The private or quasi-public entities are likely to be softer targets, in that the history of exploitation is more demonstrable and the class of beneficiaries more limited. For example, the direct descendants of the injured parties in those cases. Or alternatively, the form of the reparations might take the form of benefits to a restricted class, for example, university scholarships, or simply symbolic acknowledgements of historic wrongs. On the other hand, where nation states are targeted, the benefits are likely to be more material and substantial, but also more difficult to achieve, because the beneficiaries constitute a large target population. For instance, these might include programs targeting a broad class of people who provide education and housing subsidies, healthcare supports, banking and credit services, and so forth. One does not have to invent the wheel here. Such programs already exist in other nations as the normal benefits of citizenship. I will not attempt to presume to suggest all the possible forms such reparations might take to remedy the enduring historical effects of slavery. Suffice it to say that the chances of gaining sufficient political support for them is likely to be enhanced if they not only benefit a given target population, but in the process offer the prospect of building a more just and prosperous society for all. This is hardly a new argument, of course, but perhaps in time it will prove a winning. Thank you.
Okay, this is where the magic happens. My hope is that Professor Holt may be with us. Professor Holt, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you very well. It's an absolute pleasure to have you with us. Can we have another round of applause now? Professor Holt's with us in person. Thank you very much indeed for your keynote, which I think we all deeply appreciated. We have an audience here in the room with us, and we also have an audience online. And what I'm going to suggest is that we open it up to questions from both the people here in the room, and if you are watching online and you have a question, if you put it in the chat, I'm not totally sure at this point how we're going to see the chat window. If you're one of our tech boffins and you can help us see the chat window, it would be great to see it. But let's begin with questions in the room, and I hope that we might, oh, there they are, fantastic. So we have some over there. But let's start with the room, shall we? And then we'll go over there. So if you put your hand up, wait for the microphone to come your way, and then wait to make sure Professor Holt can hear you. So we'll have the first question. Thank you, sir.
Professor Holt, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, hi, I'm Malik Al-Nasser. I'm a PhD candidate in history here at the University of Cambridge. I was very interested in what you were saying about the difference between the public realm and the private realm in terms of restitution. What I wanted to ask was, how do you disentangle the private from the public when, at the time when they were deriving their beneficial interest, they were in a symbiotic relationship, and many of the business practitioners who were plantation owners were also members of parliament, congressmen, senators, civic leaders, and people who were actually crafting the legislation that would go on to cause the long-term, legacy, if you like, of slavery and segregation and Jim Crow and so on. How do you disentangle it effectively?
Well, I think that it's quite true that, actors in the private sphere, especially slave owners in the case of that era in our history, or employers, or various businesses in our more recent history, cross these boundaries. I think it should be, though, I would imagine that the process of targeting would be in terms of whatever entity, not only that shares in the guilt, if you will, but also in having the resources to make a remedy. Obviously, there are businesses that were engaged with slavery and in fact, and with sharecropping afterwards that no longer exist. So we're talking about then, in terms of private interests, those that do still exist. And therefore, there's an institutional target that one can address and addressee. In the case of states, that's much less of a problem because it's you know, certainly in most cases that we're talking about is a continuous entity. So that, you know, Great Britain or the US or Brazil or others are, you know, are of interest to us, not because of individuals who were, you know, the individual people who were engaged as leaders at the time, but rather in their character as an institution with a long history in most cases of culpability. And often of multiple points in that history where they are culpable. For example, in the US, I mean, I referenced the, you know, the period right after slavery, but also the period, you know, in my own lifetime where people were being denied, you know, benefits, you know, public benefits, but denied to a particular class like GI benefits or housing or other, or Social Security, most infamously, that, you know, some 100 years or so after, you know, slavery, but as a result of the kind of society and the power relations of the society that one can trace back to that earlier historical moment. So, so, you know, while intellectually perhaps one has a, I don't know what's a problem, but it's certainly a difficulty in terms of sorting that out on the practical level, in terms of who the addressee is. I think that's will be quite clear.
Thank you. Thank you. More questions here in the room? Just right next door. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Professor, for that analysis and strategy going forward. I would like to say that I think it's spot on, especially utilizing the Eric Williams analysis that we have to identify to the powerful interests how paying reparations is a benefit to them as well. In the United States, we see that taking place. When we were organizing for the House of Representatives to pass HR 40, we thought we would get a quick vote early in last year. We didn't get that vote, but it was our goal to pivot from the House and go to the Senate, knowing we couldn't get the Senate vote passed, but to change our argument at that particular time that paying reparations would benefit all of America and not just Black Americans. There was a Citigroup report that came out that said if America had paid reparations 20 years ago, it would have added $15 trillion to the economy. And if they paid it today in 5 years, it would add $5 trillion to the economy. And so we see more and more, I think Dr. Cornell Brooks has a recent article in the same similar vein. So that's the argument that we have to take going forward, as you explained. And I'm hopeful that more academics will begin to look at how they can help us make that argument. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. More questions here in the room? I have one I'd like to ask if you'd like a little bit more time to think about this. And Professor Holt, forgive me for saying that you've had an extremely long and distinguished career. And I know you've been thinking about these questions for a very long time. And I wondered, from your perspective now, both as a historian and as a citizen, if you see the quality of the debate within the United States as changing considerably in recent decades, as being linear. Does progress seem to have been made? Is there traction now that one didn't have 20 or 30 or 40 years ago for some of these arguments? Or do you see this moving in cycles? So I guess that's an elaborate way of me saying, what kind of hope do you have that we're moving in the right direction on this one?
I think the context for the debate has changed. And thinking in terms of decades rather than years, the very fact that the idea of reparations to groups and individuals, dating from, especially from the aftermath of World War II, so that it took a while, but reparations to Japanese Americans while they were treated in the US, reparations, of course, for Jews in the Holocaust. That's put it, it's not a foreign concept, anymore. And it's, I think, arisen for, other groups as well. I mean, in particular areas and nations. So that is an advance in terms of, aiding the conversation that is not this, wild-eyed idea that I think was greeted with, or would have been greeted with in years past. I mean, reparations often were pretty much targeted, and there's some histories of even the late 19th century around things like pensions and so forth. But the notion of a much broader scope or a population to be addressed, or that would be claimants to such rights, it seems to me has changed since the mid 20th century, and again, particularly since World War II. So now, on the day-to-day level, there'll be, as always, as any movement that we can think of in history, from the abolitionist movement to the civil rights movement, you go 2 steps forward and 1 step back. But nonetheless, I think it is more, the conversation is more hopeful at this point, and certainly more public than it had been for certainly my lifetime. So.
Thank you very much. Sabine, do you want to?
Yes, no, we have.
Oh, in the chat. Yeah. Shall I?
Yes, actually.
I was going to. Oh, is that right? Shall I read it so Thomas can hear? Okay, so just those of you who are watching online, we have now managed to figure out a way to look at the chat. So we have a question already that's come in from Christopher Todd. If anyone else would like to ask a question who's watching online, please feel free to use the chat feature and we'll try to get to it. So from Christopher Todd, Professor Holt, you said that the after effects and continuing effects of slavery might have a better chance of creating a consensus regarding the success of some sort of recompense or recognition of a need for reparative justice. Deep breath. I wonder what you have to say regarding the possibility of the exact opposite. For instance, see the anxiety generated by the election of a Black president. More pointedly, do you see a link between the push for a recognition for past wrongs and the worldwide backlash we are currently seeing? And what do we do about that? Professor Holt.
Well, if I could answer that, Chris, I would maybe run for office. No, in terms of the last part, as I'm just looking at your statement here on chat. I think that that, as I said in answer to the previous question, that the context of the conversation has changed, and I think quite dramatically. And there will certainly be, as always is the case, there will be a backlash. I mean, we're seeing that rather on a fairly cross-national scope now in terms of all kinds of social justice, demands. But in some ways, one could read the backlash as that one has, touched a nerve, has that is read it in a positive sense. That if it were hopeless, then there wouldn't be a backlash. So that's one way of looking at it. And I think it's almost certain that there will be, as we go on, more and more resistance. And so the gist of my comments today are how one frames the issue in a way that at least wins some support against that inevitable resistance or counter resistance.
Thank you very much. Chris Todd is happy with your answer. More questions here in the room. Wave if you can so I can see you. I don't want to miss any of you. I'm just going to ask another one if people don't have one, which in a way, Professor Holt, links some of the conversations we are having this morning to the conversation we're having this afternoon. This morning, we spoke a lot about different approaches to framing the question of reparations. We spoke about legal approaches, ethical approaches. I guess we spoke a little of religious approaches this afternoon. And also, of course, historical approaches. And I wondered if you have a view on how one would strategize around those different kind of ways of asking the question or setting the case for reparations. Do you see those as kind of braiding and reinforcing each other? Or especially in the American context, does it seem to you that some of those strategies are likelier to succeed than others?
I guess I'm not entirely clear of the differences here. What I was suggesting in my comments was that certain kinds of, addressees sort of in effect determine the nature of the reparation you're seeking. As in the case of some of the papers here, and it's happening, if you're addressing a university, then that's a different thing than addressing an institution like a banking system that was, or some other kind of private institution. And different yet again, if you're addressing something like a nation state, where there are, there's a continuity, not necessarily in the nature of the injury, but really of the source of that injury in the case of a nation state. So that what the United States government does in the context of the Great Depression in terms of its differential response to white as opposed to black citizens, is still something that one can take issue with. So each of these requires may require a different strategy, a different and certainly a different set of arguments. The tools available and information available will be different as well. So I mean, I guess I hope that's addressing the gist of your question.
Yeah, that's very, very helpful. Thank you. We've got one more in the chat, which I'll read before I turn back to our audience here in person. This is from Matt Cotton Jr. Professor Holt, thank you for this talk. I would be interested in hearing more of your thoughts about what is the nature of the repair we are seeking, given the fact that the original injustice has since evolved, and the implications of that for how we go about seeking it.
Yeah, thank you for that question, because I think that's what's the gist of my thinking as I, try to, frame this talk, which is that the legacy of the original sin, as I call it, of slavery, continues to affect and shape the current life chances of Black Americans. And it's not a matter, in that case, of your being the direct descendant. You may be someone who only came to America in the 1940s or 50s or whatever. So it's not a matter of a direct, lineage in terms of being the descendant of slaves, American slaves, but rather that the kind of institutions, the kind of state policies, basically grounded in the kinds of power relations within the country, have shaped your life chances. And I, in my talk, I at least mentioned a few of those. I mean, that are on my mind, like various policies that the state normally engages in that have been discriminatory against Black Americans. So, given that, clearly I have a bias toward the kinds of demands that are most widely effective or affect the widest possible population. And to remedy those kinds of injuries that, that affect one's life chances. So even my references to, my own childhood and seeing the differential effects in terms of education, which is directly related to, the kind of employment that some parts of the Black population, a large part of the Black population engaged in, which can be traced historically back to the original settlement of the slavery conflict. So that is in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery, we had sharecropping, and that continued and shaped those life chances. One could do a similar analysis in a number of other ways, but that was one example I was giving. And so then the most effective and the broadest impact of reparations would be something directed at, that kind of problematic, which is not to discount, the demands of individual private or even public institutions like universities and so forth, but that, the impact necessarily is going to be more limited than in these kind of broader kinds of terrains.
Thank you very much. Could we get the mic over here? Thank you.
There's something on the
And I'll just note there's also another comment in the chat. Toussaint Lussier, former PhD student of yours, and just want to appreciate, thank you for your talk, and also for the way in which you've taken the Q&A to kind of like sharpen the argument that you were making in the presentation itself. Just want to note, I think, an interesting nuance of the distinction that you were making between public and private institutions that I've at least noted in the United States. I can't think of a corollary in other countries around the world, but is the way in which some of the, aside from the sort of private institutions, which you sort of referred to as kind of soft targets, there has been this also approach to engaging the issue of reparations at the local and state level, whether it's Evanston, Illinois, and we've seen most recently in California, with California taking up a reparations study. And I think it's worth noting that the sort of, both the kind of like expansiveness of the question of reparations and also the sort of like more transformative implications that you sort of spoken to have been less present in some of those local initiatives that have either tried to identify, in the case of Evanston, individuals who were harmed specifically by discriminatory actions, or in the case of California, limiting the question of reparations simply to the descendants of those who were enslaved in the United States. And without getting into like the broad kind of like political questions, I'm wondering if to some degree, the sort of even if it's just a business of politics, constraining the kind of broader, expansive approach to thinking about reparations that you're articulating. That just might be the work of politics, right? It might be the work of kind of trying to engage in any kind of public policy around this issue. And I'm just wondering whether it's the work of historians or others, if, say, we could imagine some sort of approach to reparations that's pursuing local initiatives and then is raising the kind of publicity around the issue, the public consciousness of it, and at some point shifting to the federal level, what kind of framing or historical narrative or story would need to be told, do you think, to be able to shift us from thinking about reparations in a very kind of, almost kind of narrow in terms of population group to thinking about it more broadly, both in terms of the potential beneficiaries and also the potential impact? What kind of work needs to be done to be able to go from the kind of, the narrow focus to the broader focus, in your opinion?
I should, your question reminds me, I should actually clarify that I'm not critiquing, campaigns aimed at, more local or for lack of a better, in quotation marks, limited entities, addressees, universities, banks, whatever, private businesses, whatever, kids, institutions, the Jesuits, whatever. But rather to try to make a distinction in terms of how such a strategy might be articulated. And that is going to recognize it's going to be different. Now, one of the things, as I've listened to you also, that your question underscores for me, the point I want to make is that we, certainly those of us who are historians, can learn from the earlier campaigns and movements that might be beneficial in terms of figuring out the kind of strategies and approaches that you're asking for. And no less than, some more recent ones, but no less than the abolitionist movement itself. And so my references, for example, to Eric Williams, where he was critiquing the sufficiency of a moral argument, as opposed to looking at the various power relationships, I think might be instructive. Also instructive, as a lot of the literature on, contemporary literature on the abolitionist movement, because the attack against slavery itself, shows is that the efficacy and necessity of beginning at the local level. Whether it's in Britain, among the Methodist churches or shops, artisan shops, or whether it's in upstate New York or any number of other places, that's where, and every movement I know of has to begin where people live, where people are, in a local specific place with specific grievances. And then that, in effect, begins to educate a larger population to the cause and the issues involved, and provides oftentimes also the tools and at least tactics and strategies that would be applicable at a, when you scale it up to a national campaign, as in the abolitionist movement, for example, or an international campaign, also as in the abolitionist movement. So I think we can learn from our history, some clues that I think address the kind of question that you're posing, which is that, where do we begin and how do we build this? And also to warn us that it takes time. And as we know from that history, there will be backlashes, there will be backsliding, if you will, but ultimately that is the way you build the kind of support that would, political support, ultimately, that will lead to success in the future.
Thank you very much. We have a question from my colleague Joe Lahaus de la Louvière, which is actually a little similar, I think, but see what you think about this, Professor Holt. You might just think, yes, this is a good idea. Thank you for a fascinating talk. You've spoken very movingly and engagingly about your own family's history and experience of racialized injustice. What place do you think family history, public history, and intergenerational memory should have or have had in forming a broader political movement for reparations? Any of your thoughts on this would be very interesting.
Yeah, basically, I guess I would be repeating something what I've just said, that, you know, it is building from the ground up. I think all movements that have had any success were like that, whether it's, you know, women's movement, labor movements, civil rights movement. That is the way in which I think you, and that for us, that is our role, is the recognition of that history and the communication of that history to our students and to a broader public. That, you know, this, you know, this offers the possibility of bringing about the kind of social change that you want. And so all of the kinds of histories you talk about, family history, public history, and so forth, are a part of the broad, under the broad umbrella of the task of a historian. And I think it would have, can be effective, each one in its own way.
Terrific, thank you very much. Sabine, could we get the mic down to Sabine?
Thank you, Professor Holt. I'm going to say thank you, Tom, for such a rich discussion. This is my second time hearing it. I had the pleasure of having the being the first one to hear the keynote. So I have a couple of questions since I've been thinking since the keynote. It is true that reparations is becoming more real. People are talking more about it now, more about it. And I even saw, you know, we even see a visible, it has become even, I guess, more prominent since George Floyd. And it seems like even with the 1619 Project, there's more public discussion about slavery. So my question is just thinking about the global reparations movement, the African diaspora. It's for Haiti, when I think about Haiti, even though reparations becoming much more prominent, I don't really see that kind of I don't see that kind of hope actually for Haiti, for Haiti's reparation movement. And so I wonder what your thoughts are in terms of the French government, or how might you what might you say about the U.S. role, like the U.S. role in terms of Haiti, with since the late 19th century, especially with the Caribbean, given that the U.S. has been so important. I'm just wondering, you know, what countries do the Caribbean address? You know, is it, you know, what how might we think about the strategies? What kind of strategies? How might we approach the history of empire, the history of the different empires, the multiple empires that have shaped the contemporary Caribbean?
Yeah, I guess first, as you were talking, I was thinking about the, and sort of goes back to an earlier question about the resistance. And I think I was thinking particularly in terms of France right now, but also the US actually. When I mentioned in answer to the last question that, you know, that history and drawing from history, you know, can play such a big role in our thinking of strategy and tactics and so forth. And of course, we're at a moment when there's a tremendous broad backlash against the very history that I'm talking about, the kind of history that that we've come to take for granted within my professional lifetime. The kind of searching, questioning of and challenging of institutions and of assumptions. And so we're back to basically to book burning in the US. France is a little different. I have some experience there, but also even among the left in France, you get a shifting of what's sayable and what, the kind of conversations one can have about race. And I mentioned in passing in my talk that I forget the exact date, but recently in the French Parliament, there's been a kind of backlash against some of the initiatives that have been taken over the decade before with respect to recognizing the French complicities and the various forms of racial oppression and slavery and slave trade in particular, monuments and quite extraordinary monuments and so forth, and museums, that now, there's a backlash against that, the French were just angels and all this. But one way of thinking about that, while it's discouraging on one level, is that, you sort of, you struck a vein. I mean, that in fact, the reason you have that is perhaps because it's becoming more effective and more perceived as more dangerous. People don't bother to react to something they don't see as somehow a threat. As to the Haitian situation, I'm not certain what role or any constructive role that I would anticipate the US government would be playing in this. The very publicity that's come out on the front pages of the New York Times and so forth about the extraordinary situation of people who liberate themselves from slavery having to pay reparations for that may work its way eventually into shaping or reshaping public sentiment, since it's really so outrageous, the idea. It may take another decade for that to have effect, but the fact that it's in the public sphere at this point is maybe a hopeful sign that that change can be, some rectification and some recompense for that that atrocity can be eventually realized. I don't know what form that might take, what form the movement to achieve it might take, but again, the very fact of it being publicized at this point and so broadly is a hopeful beginning.
All right. Anyone else in the room? If not, let me just say this, that even when it comes to the keynote speaker of a big conference like this one, it's very rare that we have the opportunity to spend time with an absolute legend of the craft, which is exactly what Professor Thomas Holt is. So I'd like everyone to join me in thanking Professor Holt for his service, for his scholarship, and for his keynote. Thank you. All right, thank you. Well, if our Zoom technicians could release Professor Holt from his prison there on the screen. Thank you very much. Just before we finish up today, what I'd like to do is invite the folks from the previous panel. So I can see you, Kai. I can see you, Alfonso. Are you still here? Alfonso, Sabine and Nico. I'm going to get these guys to come back up. And we're just going to do one last thing here, which is, come on up, I want you to sit in these seats. Oh, is Michael here too? Okay. So this is how it's going to work, everyone. We have a few minutes left. Please come and sit in the hot seats. I felt very bad indeed about the fact that both for Sabine and for Nico, who are here obviously, but especially for Kai and for Alfonso, who've come so far, that we got to the end of their session without even asking you guys if you had questions for them. So on the issue of universities and slavery, we've got so many different historical spaces and contexts. If you guys had any questions stored up, I'm going to give you the chance to ask them now. And if there's 30 seconds of awkward silence, at the very least, we can give them a round of applause. So the floor is open again for the guys from the previous panel. All right, thank you.
I'm really just doing this so we can kind of get past the awkward phase of things. But just all transparency. I've had an opportunity, at least for Sabine and Kai, to have some familiarity with your work. Because of flight delays, was not able to attend the panel. But am curious in terms of if you have any responses to what Professor Holt offered, and particularly this way of his focus on public, units of administration, governmental administration, nation states, and contrasting that with private institutions. And it's almost kind of description from like a strategic perspective of talking about private institutions as like quote unquote like soft targets or something to that effect. And yeah, just wanted to see if you all have any thoughts on or responses to what was just offered, not necessarily as necessarily like presented as criticism per se, but just also how do you see the framing of different levels of engagement with the institution of slavery, and also the kind of form of institution? Yeah, how does that land with you?
Yeah, and I'm sorry to be the nerd here, but if you're going to answer, could we do it into a microphone just so folks who might still be with us on Zoom can hear? Did you want to ask a question too? Yeah, no, exactly. Do you think we could have the mic back and take it to these guys so they can pass it between each other? I'm sorry to make you run. Oh, it's one of these? Are these both up? That's fantastic. That's great. Thank you so much. Okay, who'd like to go first? Kai, yeah. Let's come to Kai.
Thanks so much, Toos. And I guess I'm wondering how to connect what you said with Professor Halt's point about the importance of bottom-up histories and bottom-up organizing, which is probably what I've gotten the most from our kind of formation in social history with Professor Holt and Professor Seville and Julie Seville and other folks. And yeah, I mean, I just think there's some importance in starting at that bottom up level, that quotidian level, and that doing so might open up new ways, different ways of thinking about engaging some of these private local institutions, and rooting these struggles in the kinds of the ongoing struggles that folks in communities have had with these institutions, which are often felt very viscerally without, as you know, of course, without the kind of intervention from on high, so to speak, and really that needs to be a major source of these movements. And so, yeah, so I think there's a potentially interesting and complicated relationship between those two entities, where starting from that local level can often involve engaging some of these private institutions and in ways that can really be rooted in community needs, aspirations, and histories.
Awesome. You do not all need to answer, but if you'd like to, just grab the mic and.
Again, thank you for that question. I would also just add, I think, so again, I'll refer specifically to the case that at Georgetown University. Losing my train of thought, it's late in the day. But I think as that engagement begins to happen, one of the benefits of really thinking about engaging soft targets, local communities and institutions, in the context of Georgetown, is that one of the things that happens is you uncover or recover perhaps, not only the narratives and stories of those who suffered injustice, but I think in recovering their narratives, stories, and perspectives, one of the things that's revealed is hidden strategies that move in the direction of reparations, hidden strategies that are embedded in their cultures that enable us to transform society. During our lunch conversations and also during some of the tour conversations, we talked about tongue-in-cheek, how, at least within the context of religious studies, there's an exchange made, right? European society brings to African descended people biblical and Christian resources in exchange for material resources. And also, in part of that process, one of the things that's eradicated or eradicated in many cases are the cultural, intellectual perspectives, orientations, thought processes, and practices that African descended people have that can transform, right, slave societies into quasi-free societies. I think that there is world of resources that are embedded within the traditions that were formed by the people who are experiencing the history that we study. And so I think by turning the kind of ground up grassroots histories that we're talking about brings more of those narratives to the fore, as opposed to the kind of top down narratives where in many ways, as Professor Holt mentioned, you know, we're being sort of dictated how to respond, right? The addressee should not establish the parameters for the response. And I think by starting with the grassroots organizations, starting with the narratives that are on the ground and building up from there, it gives us a better historical, a more just historical starting point for really thinking about ways to engage in practices of repair.
Thank you, thank you. I was going to say, did you have a question next door? I know Malik back there's got one too. So if you could try and make your question as concise as you can, and we'll get our replies to be punchy too.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Good afternoon. My name is Theodore Francis. First of all, thank you everybody. Really brilliant papers. Enjoy them all. Try and be as concise as I can. I guess to everyone, I was really thinking about, since all of you focused on very specific universities or colleges, what kinds of backlash have you received from your respective institutions when you shared the research with them? And what do you think it tells you about the kind of ongoing campaigns for reparations in your particular kind of local area, whether it's the UK, whether it's US? And Professor Seville, in particular, in what ways does your theological approach to reparations engage and challenge some of the problematic 21st century racist viewpoints of American Christianity? And I say that as someone who now teaches at an American Christian university in Texas. You go unpack that, but run that. Thank you.
I want you to ask that question again. My theological, what was it?
Oh, yeah. I was also pointing that. Oh, sorry. I was more so pointing that question towards Professor Seville, but like I said, anybody can take a stab at it. But it was because he referenced the whole theological approaches in his paper, and I was more so thinking about, he had a theological framing or kind of viewpoint on reparations, kind of taken out of maybe a Black Christianity, or I don't want to push as far as liberation theology. You can frame it in the way you choose, but in what ways does that push up against contemporary views of American Christians? Because like we know, if we look at these studies, American evangelicals are probably some of the most Trumpy folks out there and have a lot of very problematic things to say about, such as George Floyd's murder and other kinds of things. So yeah, maybe how does that work with these contemporary issues of race and religion that we still see now?
So I think one of the, again, to return to this idea of recovering practices, for me at least, as a scholar of American religion, stories of origin and encounter really come to the fore for me. And so I'd like to consider this as an opportunity to rethink or re-engage encounters with varying theological perspectives. So in the initial encounter, and I do not mean, right, the actual first, but if we think conceptually about initial encounters between Africans and Europeans in the context of transatlantic slave trade, right? One of the things African cultures, right, are in many ways, they are transformed, right? Which is not to say that European culture survives intact on American soil. It does not, right? There's also modifications, but African communities in many ways are dismembered, right? As I refer to the story of Pennington and family separations, the Queen family, African perspectives are dismembered. And one of the things we lose, I think, is a sense of history. Embedded in African traditional religious and African-derived religious traditions is this notion of communication with ancestors, right? Communication with nature spirits, which in turn creates a different kind of ethical approach to engaging history. It creates a different kind of ethical approach to thinking about environmental responses or environmental responsibilities that are produced from our world cultures, that are produced from our world systems. So I think that by returning to this notion of initial engagement and really seeking to excavate some of the narratives, practices, and perspectives that were really embedded in indigenous and African-derived religious traditions, I think it brings, I think it gives scholars of the contemporary moment more resources with which to engage more conservative Christian views that might not be as supportive of conversations moving towards reparations. In response to the first question that you asked, in my particular context, I joined, when I got to Georgetown, there was an ongoing project happening. So I joined the ongoing work. The news story was out. The New York Times had already reported it. There was no hiding or evading anymore. And so in that instance, there was very much an openness to engage in dialogue. I do just want to say that is not necessary. So the Georgetown story is unique because there is the university institution. There's also the Society of Jesus, or the Jesuit order. But Georgetown is also unique because they have defined descendant communities with whom they engage. And there's certainly not a consensus amongst descendant communities. There are multiple descendant communities, and there has not been a consensus. And so there might be, voices who would represent addressers within this reparations conversation from the Georgetown story, who might have a very different take on it than I would as well.
I don't want to, should I spare you having to talk about the difficulties you've encountered at the University of Cambridge? Would you rather do that out of the session? Well, I could say it's quite late in the afternoon. I mean, genuinely, do you want to say something about the difficulties that maybe more broadly here in terms of doing this kind of work?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that on the one side, there's the very visceral reaction that you get from a lot of, I guess, the right-wing professors or intellectuals or politicians within the university in Britain who very much want to deny this research. I think though maybe a bit less of that, but kind of the language level, I think is also a challenge. I think what Sabine and I have encountered is when we've spoken about our research and when we've spoken about connections to slavery, it's often when colleges come back to us, it's about, were these direct or indirect connections? And so you find a lot of the sort of the whitewashing happens through that. So there's that kind of the things that everyone sees when they read the Daily Telegraph, when they read, listen to, watch Fox News or whatever. But that's the way that this often happens on a day-to-day level with our research. And that's how I think it flies under the radar. And it's a real challenge to the way Britons speak about slavery, speak about their connections to slavery. So without, doing a full-on tell-all about my experiences at Keys or Cambridge, that's my
it's one for your memoirs. Sabine, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot to process, right? The report was just published, and I think I learned a lot about narratives in historical writing and in the university. So I think earlier somebody was saying that, well, what about questioning racial abuses at the university today? What about addressing ethical the kinds of citizens that the university creates. So, and I say that is because doing this research, whatever ideal I had about the university as a place to debate ideas, as a place to discover truth, as a place to encourage research. I watched scholars, historians discouraging research, discouraging questioning. So it really, did for me expose the university. And then when it comes to writing, how do you write history? It actually made me. I kept remembering Walter Rodney's book when he writes about the slave trade, and he says the history of the slave trade has been diminished. That the numbers have been diminished, and it was just interesting for me to find myself in that same moment as a historian, to see that we're still living in a political intellectual climate that wants to diminish slavery, the role of slavery, what happened, who did it. I mean, just even just the writing. So now I think back about my book, More Than a Massacre, and think about how did I write this, like thinking about my language, because they even just to focus on language here, you're blaming white people. Yeah. So the fact that I have a position on capitalism, and it's like just the fact that I think that slavery is important. This was an important part of the South Sea Company. Then that just made me a Black radical or a Marxist. So or he became, what are you, the woke activist? Politically activist. So it was so really so yeah. So questions about objectivity, are historians objective? So just thinking about politics and ideology. So it made me think a lot about narrative, but I don't want to go too much about the backlash. I think you've experienced it with your own work in Bermuda. So you've done inquiries, right? I think one thing I can say about that, a general lesson that I learned from it, I just don't think institutions should be allowed to do their own inquiry by themselves. So if Tom is talking about the bottom-up approach, we need locals to be part of these inquiries. Earlier you're talking about voices, different voices. How do you bring different voices? And I think for me, and they do have something to say, this is not a critique about Cambridge inquiry. I think I have a problem in general with the way that decisions are made. So I found it strange from the very beginning that we are conducting research on the legacies of enslavement, and that a few people decide what the recommendations are. So just the way that, so it's like, what world do we live in? God, so I really had a difficult problem with that, and I don't think I should be the one deciding. So when we talk about, creating an equitable society, a more just society for all, I'm very interested in how do we include different citizens of the world who are impacted by this history. How do we bring different voices? So there's still like the politics of who can say what about repair. So let's look at Cambridge just for a little moment, and this could be Georgetown. Okay, there's University of Cambridge has generated wealth derived wealth from slavery. Okay, so now Cambridge has to tell the world this is how we're going to address it. So then, the question of ownership, right? So who really owns the capital, and is it reparation when? So what does that mean? So this question of voices. So I find a lot of these inquiries interesting, problematic, but perhaps it just raised larger questions about our world, about all of us. State in the room, and they make decisions they make policies. So I think those were so the whole act, what's at stake. So I guess I'm thinking a lot about what's at stake.
when certain people are allowed to make decisions about the present and the future certain policies and others are not. So what does that mean for reparations and reparation?
I know we have more questions in the room, but I'm also very conscious of time. Kai, do you want to have the final word here? I mean, I know you foreground a lot of the university's resistance to this stuff in your own work, but I mean, either now or back then, do you have some reflections on the question about the backlash internally as well as externally?
I don't know if my thoughts on this are as clear as I would like them to be, being on camera, but I mean, certainly the response to, UChicago's responses to these issues have really run the gamut from the kind of comical to the really often very viscerally problematic, to say the least. I don't want to say too much about it. But I also want to respond to, I mean, certainly there's the rise of, certain forms of white nationalist evangelicalism become incredibly powerful in the US. We'll say that, I mean, with Chicago, the University of Chicago is an example of how often liberal Protestantism, social gospel Christianity have been as complicit in a lot of these as kind of more recent evangelical formulations. I mean, even in terms of I mentioned some folks who, Booker T. Washington was basically a social gospel liberal Protestant, very critical of Black evangelical religion, and Booker T. Washington served as a kind of Black godfather, if you will, kind of the James Brown of the Chicago School of Sociology in certain respects. But even the abolitionists who I mentioned, which was challenging Stephen A. Douglas, I mean, he really went beyond even, say, Abraham Lincoln's formulation of the Republican Party's understanding of the essentially anti-slavery values of the American Revolution to really trying to what I call externalize the internal enemy, or just erase the notion of slavery as having some kind of existential crisis in the American history, from that history through all kinds, and often in a very kind of in a way that foregrounds Protestantism and really Congregationalism as the kind of ultimate American faith, and do so in ways that ultimately end up leading to justifications for imperialism once you externalize the internal enemy. And as Professor Halt mentioned, once you have the abolition in the Americas, it actually gives white Christianity the moral authority to associate slavery as being essentially African, and kind of like as Professor Banner was saying this morning, and all of a sudden, it's as if there was never any real slavery in the Americas, or that slavery in the Americas was simply the product of, say, the tropical location of the South. So the South is almost an extension of Africa topographically. And so I mean, liberal forms of religion, social gospel forms of religion have been as implicated in these questions as more kind of recent evangelical and kind of politically right-wing forms of religion.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to the people that still have questions to want to ask, including Malik over there, whom I see, but I have to get the speakers out of here because they need to get into town for dinner. So just about tomorrow, and housekeeping, the first session tomorrow begins at 9:40. Registration is from 8:30 to 9:30. There'll probably be coffee before 9:40. There are 4 fantastic panels tomorrow. We're going to the Caribbean, we're going to Brazil, the Chagos Islands, the Philippines, we're going to Haiti, which is going to be an extremely exciting panel. So if you can join us in person or online, please do. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. And I want you to thank these panelists one last time. Thank you, guys.